systems in real time, allowing every aircraft systems in real time, allowing every aircraft
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening, guys. Breaking news. Just happened just now. Um, Israel has struck Iran. Israel has struck Iran. I repeat, Israel has struck Iran. The war has started. Please leave a message. Drop a chat. Let me know what y'all think about the situation. Do you think the U.S. is going to stand back, or do y'all think that the U.S. is going to get involved? Let me know.
Enforcer, and I'm coming to you by Enforcer Matt on the special breaking news stream. And good evening, folks.
1 second, y'all. We're having a little bit of a difficulty here, real quick. 1 sec. Sorry.
Matt, and welcome to the breaking news. Right now, we are seeing the very start of the Israel-Iran war, also involving obviously the United States, and we are getting brand new footage showing this thing breaking out as we speak in the middle of the day inside of Iran, which is completely unexpected, by the way, and catching us totally off guard. And it's good to see you all once again.
I was not expecting this at all. Actually, I was middle of doing something, and literally I was had the news up on my phone, and I heard that they struck. I was like, no way. No way. Because it's like, middle of the day there right now.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past moments of developments that have occurred between the State of Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we have been able to confirm by video and picture evidence that the State of Israel has conducted a TLM-based cruise missile attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital of Tehran. Currently, explosions have rocked the capital city of the Islamic Republic of Iran through its key central areas, and while the targets are unknown, we have already been able to get official announcements from the Israeli government that the attacks were Israeli in origin and that they are currently awaiting an immediate Iranian counterattack at this moment. We have also been able to hear that U.S. forces have been involved in this operation, although it's unclear as to what extent they have been involved, and we are waiting to see further developments at this moment. Moving us into the capital of Tehran, and I do have to keep in mind, everyone, that this is a breaking news stream. At any moment, Enforcer Matt may have to interrupt me for more breaking news that is coming out at this very moment, and we will be making sure to cover that live on air as the sequence of events dictates in real time. But moving us into the situations that have developed over just the prior few minutes before we went live, we have been able to confirm that smoke plumes were rising within the capital city of Tehran, as seen here in multiple pictures from the capital, once again confirming and proving to us that there have been major explosions throughout the area. I'll be making sure to repost these as quickly as I can as well, folks, so you can see that on our Twitter, link in the description below. These are some of the explosions that have been caused by the Israeli Tomahawk-based cruise missile attack that was conducted just minutes ago. We have also been able to see some videos of these missiles.
Now to bring another point across, this was just Israel striking.
Flying throughout the northern area of Iran. We are believing that this is to the western side of the city as they were flying in towards the central area of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
على وجهي ورانا شنو ذا تختيكا باخي خوزم إيران خو ما خوش
Also, by the way, for context, these missiles right here are being reported as possible Tomahawk missiles. As far as we're aware right now, those are apparently Tomahawks that you're hearing going over the skies of Iraq. But also, by the way, just to interrupt that video for a second, we are currently hearing of a massive, and I mean a massive cyber attack currently underway on Iran. I would assume by either Israel or the United States. It looks like Iranian state media websites, a good portion of them, have been hacked, and we are seeing apparently these new hackers are apparently putting out images of the destruction and also a bunch of propaganda that's anti-Iranian on their own state media websites as of right now. So there's a cyber attack underway. Also, this missile attack's apparently still underway as well. And we are hearing from Israeli media sources that allegedly this was a joint U.S.-Israeli attack, but that's what we're hearing from Israeli media. We'll have to wait and see if that pans out right now. But that's what they're claiming. So we've seen that Israel has put their airspace completely closed. The Israeli airspace is completely closed as of right now, and it's apparently still an ongoing attack. So what a situation, by the way. But unfortunately, I'll throw it back to you.
And we are going to continue to watch this clip here, actually showing the Tomahawk cruise missiles flying through the northern area west of Tehran towards the capital city. This footage just was published about 7 minutes ago at the very beginning of the attacks as they happened. We can continue to hear the Tomahawk cruise missiles passing this cameraman.
والله بتختي برا لا باكل هو قال نزمه هو قال نزمه باقي خو قال نزيكه هو
At the moment,
also, by the way, real quick, I'm also getting word that apparently sirens are sounding inside of Israel, which indicates that there might be active air threats in the country. We had seen that they locked their airspace down, expecting an Iranian retaliation, and we're being told by sources that Israel's expecting a full drone and missile retaliation in their airspace. Right now, we're hearing sirens sounding in some parts of the country, and also forgive me if I seem a little bit distracted here for a second. I'm trying to see what my sources are saying to me right now, and my phone is blowing up, folks. There's a lot of information, but we can see that sirens are sounding in multiple locations inside of Israel, and we are expecting imminent retaliation by the Iranian regime. And also, I want to remind you all, right now, it is after 10 a.m. in Tehran, so it's practically early morning, middle of the day. This is literally daylight hours, so there is no cover of night here. It is blatant right in the middle of the day, so this will be fascinating. We'll actually get to see this time, unlike the 12-day war, exactly what's happening in real time on the ground, which is unique. But unfortunately, I'm going to keep scanning for more breaking news, and I'm going to toss it back to you again.
We have been able to hear that there are sirens sounding within central Israel at the moment and multiple locations throughout the country. We are currently trying to ascertain the exact location as to which these air raid sirens are currently going off, as it may indicate that the Islamic Republic of Iran is already in the process of firing an immediate counterattack at the state of Israel. Additionally, we have also been able to see the smoke rising from the Tomahawk impacts and the explosions within central Tehran in these clips seen here. That right there is the smoke rising from the attacks. We have been able to hear that 3 locations within the city have been hit, apparently each of them by multiple Tomahawk cruise missiles, as we saw in the prior video. It does appear that at the moment, according to all information that we have, just to reiterate for any of you who are joining us right now, we have just been able to hear that the state of Israel and the United States of America have opened up attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran, conducting an unprecedented daylight attack against the country and already hitting several key targets within Tehran. At the moment, we do understand that the Israeli Home Front Command has put the entire country on a state of red alert and has also been able to declare strikes as a result of the action. The Israeli Defense Minister has stated that Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats from the state. A missile and drone attack on Israel is expected in the immediate time frame. Defense Minister Israel Katz has declared a nationwide special state of emergency and urged the public to follow Home Front Command instructions and remain in protected areas. As a result of this announcement of the Israeli Defense Minister, the entirety of the nation of Israel has been put under an air defense threat. We do understand that at the moment, air raid sirens are sounding through some areas of the country. We're not sure if that's the entirety of the region or parts of it. We have further breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so more breaking news happening right this minute. I'm trying to get one more thing here. We've been able to geolocate one of these thanks to Defense Index on Twitter. He's doing good work really late at night, by the way, so we appreciate him a lot. We're seeing a large explosion being heard in central Tehran, and the footage appears to show it near Jamhuri Street. That's apparently where it's at. So I'm not sure exactly what's at the end of that street where the explosion occurred, but I would assume, based on the Israeli statements from their media at least, that they're targeting IRGC terrorist sites. That's what Israeli says they're targeting. So apparently these are IRGC military outposts or somehow maybe possibly police stations perhaps, but that is what they're currently targeting on Jamhuri Street. That's where it's at. Also, by the way, we can
So, hey folks, I'm gonna pull up on here real quick. Just want to show y'all the air traffic that's going around Iran right now. I was tracking this plane right here. This plane right here is Dubai plane. It's registered from Dubai. Well, we also use these planes for intelligence sweeps as well. That's the only reason why I was checking it out, but it's going to Moscow. So, but anyways, air traffic is very light around Iran right now. So, as you can see that, a lot of the air traffic is actually going around Iran right now. Down towards the strait and everything. But I expect that will probably be cleared out as well, probably, because if you notice air traffic control around see what this is. Oh. I'm not sure what that is. I just want to make sure. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a single plane. Single angel plane, I mean. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, that's a wild ride. Oh yeah, they turned around. They was going to Baghdad. Yeah, they turned around. They said, "Oh hell no." But anyways.
See that eastern Tehran, there appears to be a large explosion, a singular explosion in eastern Tehran. Something was also hit down there as well in that region of the capital. Right now, we are only hearing about strikes in Tehran. We are not hearing about strikes anywhere else inside of Iran. It's mainly in the various districts of the capital city of Tehran. So that's what we're seeing. But Enforcer, have you managed to get a geolocation on that street?
It appears that the best geolocation that we can get is Jamhuri Avenue, which appears to be the closest in terms of spelling and also geographical location. And it appears that this street is a fairly extensive one, and I'm trying to see if we can find any sort of significant government buildings. It actually appears that if we were to go to the very end here, it appears that the Islamic Consultative Assembly and also the National Consultative Assembly may have just been hit and knocked out as a result of this explosion. Let me see if we can make sure to geolocate this based off of the footage that we have right here.
A massive headline right now. We are getting reports that one of these strikes had targeted in the vicinity of Iran's presidential headquarters. It is possible, and I want to say this with a grain of salt, by the way, it is possible that the presidential headquarters has been struck by a missile. We don't know that for a fact yet, but we're hearing that one of those explosions was right in the exact same area of the city where the presidential palace or headquarters is at. So we don't know what the state of the government is right now. We have not heard any statements out of Iran, but it just got real. Apparently, they are hitting not just IRGC sites, but also apparently at least in the vicinity of government sites. So that's a big one.
It appears, really quickly, folks, to make sure to recap this, it appears that the closest sort of location that we can get for one of the current explosions appears to be the Islamic Consultative Assembly, which appears to be temporarily closed. This is also what we believe to be the Parliament of the Islamic Republic of Iran's main building. And as a matter of fact, looking at these pictures, this is actually the parliamentary building of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So if we are to be able to take this information properly, this has occurred at the end of Jamhuri Street or Jamhuri Avenue. It appears that the Iranian Parliament building has just been hit directly by several Tomahawk cruise missiles, and it appears that building has highly likely been destroyed. We may also see that the National Consultative Assembly, which is very similar to the Islamic Consultative Assembly, may have also been hit and destroyed as well as a part of these explosions. Getting us back into the news that Matthew is breaking to us right now at this moment, we have been able to hear...
Also, real quick, we are getting, apparently, this is from the Israeli sources, we're getting apparently confirmation. Also, by the way, locate the presidential complex. What part of the city is that currently in? Apparently, according to an Israeli media outlet, Israel has in fact bombed the Iranian presidential complex. So if you believe the outlets out of Israel, which so far I'm not sure if they've really lied about much when it comes to strikes, I believe we can pretty much assume for the most part that it's likely that the Iranian presidential complex has been struck. And not only that, apparently the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence has also been struck as well, apparently targeted by these missile strikes. So it's not just IRGC, they are targeting literally each branch of the executive of the Iranian government. They are targeting those buildings directly, and we don't know what the status is. We have not gotten footage from the ground yet to know exactly what the state of those buildings are. But Enforcer, can you tell us the location?
It appears that this is within northern Tehran. We can actually see this location right here on screen. Let me see really quickly if I can get you all a 3D view of this, so that way we can get a little bit of a better example of what this is actually appearing to be. So let me get y'all back to satellite, and let me see if I can put y'all on the 3D view here. This is actually the presidential complex that we believe has been hit. It apparently serves as the administrative head of the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, who would be Ayatollah Khamenei. And we can also see that there's an IRGC guest house nearby. We may see that all of these buildings have been hit as a result of the attacks, but that appears to be a confirmed location that has been hit. And further on down, we have been able to see that near to Jamhuri Street or Jamhuri Avenue, it appears that the Iranian Parliament building, the Islamic Consultative Assembly, has also been directly hit by multiple TLAM Tomahawk cruise missiles and has been heavily damaged or destroyed at this point, confirming that the Israelis are currently attempting a decapitation strike against key government buildings and installations in the early morning hours. We actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so we're getting word from a U.S. official. A U.S. official has confirmed that American military strikes are underway on Iran. So this is an Israeli and a U.S. operation. This is the start of the U.S. attacks on Iran. Negotiations are over. The strikes have started as of tonight. So that's interesting. On February the 27th, the war has begun that we've been waiting for. So very interesting. It did happen on Friday after the markets closed, by the way. But we are seeing a big one here, that the airspace of Iran has just been closed. It was NOTAM'd for the next 5 hours, which does indicate that the Israeli reports are true, that Iran is about to start attacking Israeli airspace with missiles, drones, and also possibly proxy forces could be getting involved as well. So it's really starting to kick off. And also, by the way, we've also heard another piece of analysis from Israeli media. They are saying that these strikes on Tehran were assassination strikes specifically designed to take out critical people within the Iranian government to decapitate the Iranian regime. So it sounds like they opened up with a banger. They opened up with trying to take out the top people. We don't know if they've been taken out. We don't know if that's actually successful, but that's what they're saying right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
It appears that, from what we understand, not to add a whole bunch of additional stakes to this, I'm attempting to research this right now. It appears that the Iranian parliament may have just been in session when the building was destroyed, possibly meaning that a large amount of the Iranian parliament has just been wounded and killed in the strikes that occurred minutes ago.
I have details on that, by the way. The Iranian government actually did this earlier. Y'all probably won't believe this, but this is what they said. They told the Iranian parliament members to stay in the building because they had locked the building down earlier today. They told them to stay in there overnight.
You're right.
That's what they told them. That's what they told them. They told them to stay there overnight. I said this in the short war video earlier today. I said, why are they doing that? That's stupid. They're going to have them all in one spot to get taken out. So they were all huddled in there, sleeping on the floor when this thing was hit. So they were actually in the building, according to what I know.
You're actually correct, and we do have this post right here. This is the exact statement. Islamic Regime's Parliament, ICA, aka Majlis, has issued a mandatory directive requiring all members of Parliament and staff to remain on site for the night. Sources tell me that the building remains under lockdown, with personnel ordered to stay until dawn. This now appears to confirm that a large part of the Iranian Parliament has just been killed outright by the Israeli attacks and the U.S. attacks that were just conducted, and we are currently waiting to see if we can get any further information about the life or death of Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we largely can already confirm that most of the Iranian parliament has just been destroyed or outright killed in the attacks that were conducted just minutes ago by the State of Israel and the United States Armed Forces. We'll be trying to get further information on the damage and destruction at the site of the Islamic Consultative Assembly, which is the name for the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament, and to once again show you all the location of this building. This is a specific building that we are talking about right here. If you all would like to see some pictures of the interior, this is the interior. Many people who are familiar with the Islamic Republic of Iran's internal government operations will know this building quite easily as the Iranian parliamentary building. So it does appear that this building has been directly hit and destroyed, most likely with most, if not all, Iranian parliamentary members inside of the building when the strike was conducted. We are also understanding that further north of the city, way up near to the area of the Sadabad Cultural and Historical Complex, it appears that the presidential palace has also been directly hit as well by strikes. We are unsure if the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, was within the complex at the time of the strikes, but there is a possibility that he may have been, or other higher-up officials may have also been present at the time of the strikes. According to quick research, it appears that the Sadabad Cultural and Historical Complex not only serves as a museum, but it also serves as an administrative complex for the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran and his staff, meaning that there may have been a significant amount of Khamenei staff present when these strikes were conducted, possibly meaning that the top officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran may have just been killed outright in strikes, largely removing the government's top leadership from the picture and now leading lower echelon commanders to basically lead the resistance against the United States and Israeli attacks that may be soon to follow. We do not know if the Iranian...
Okay, so we also have some more breaking news right this second. We have just gotten word that Israel's Mossad, which is the intelligence agency, the foreign intelligence agency inside of Israel that everybody knows about, it has released a call to Iranians to quote-unquote return Iran to its glory days in a release on the Persian language channel. The Mossad is calling for the people to take over the government and take over Iran and return it back to the state that it used to be before the Ayatollah took charge. So that is what they're currently putting out right now. So we're waiting to see if the protesters, who are already agitated, by the way, the Iranians were trying to put down these protests that were reignited days ago. They were trying to put them down, but they weren't really successful. This could be the moment that we've been waiting for the people to return back to the streets and try to take over the government as these strikes are taking place. So it's going down. Also, we are getting more information. The intelligence HQ has apparently been confirmed the Iranians bombed inside of Tehran. We're hearing, according to eyewitnesses on the ground, that Israel is using very heavy munitions. It's suggesting that these are attacks on deeply fortified sites and or senior leadership in underground facilities, perhaps basements or bunkers underneath the buildings inside the capital city. So that might indicate that there actually are top officials, that they know their location, and they're using perhaps, I'm not sure if it's bunker busters, but they're using very heavy bombs to try to hit these sites under basements. So that's another big piece of news right now.
And for everyone who's currently joining us right now, as we are covering ongoing breaking news, I do want to give a very quick summary so that way everyone can be apprised of the current situation. Right now, just about 30 minutes ago, U.S. and Israeli armed forces have conducted a joint attack in an attempted decapitation strike against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government. Tomahawk cruise missiles were confirmed by video evidence flying over low altitude over areas of northern Iran, and we have been able to confirm a significant amount of explosions within the capital of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the city of Tehran. At the moment, we can confirm that it appears that the Iranian parliamentary building and presidential buildings have been destroyed. We do understand that most, if not all, members of the Iranian parliament were inside of the building when the building was struck, possibly confirming the deaths of hundreds of Iranian parliamentary members. And we have also been able to hear that at this moment, the intelligence bureau and the intelligence headquarters within Tehran has also been directly hit and destroyed by Israeli attacks. We are now hearing that the Mossad is apparently using large explosives near to the area, according to N12 News, and this suggests deeply fortified sites and their senior leadership are currently being attacked at the moment by the United States and the Israelis. We can also see the Israelis are starting a psychological operations campaign to motivate the Iranian public, who has already been protesting and revolting against the Iranian government, to rise up in a final act to overthrow the Islamic Republic of Iran's government and bring forward a new nation within the territorial regions or confines of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are currently watching the situation develop at this moment. It was believed prior by the Israelis that there will be an imminent attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran, possibly within the next hour, and we have seen that a red alert has been issued across the entirety of Israel's airspace, and we have also been able to hear that within some localities of Israel, air raid sirens are already sounding. At the moment, we do not know if civilian airspace is being cleared out throughout the entirety of the Middle East. If we take a quick look at Flight Radar 24, it does appear that the airspace of Iran is clearing out quite rapidly, and it also appears that the airspace inside of Iraq may be clearing out with some sort of an order of the closure of the airspace being given, as it appears that the last remnants of the aircraft that were in Iraqi airspace once the attacks began are now starting to clear out. We can see that civilian air traffic amongst most other areas appears to be largely unaffected, including Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, but we can notice a marked lack of flights inside of Israel ongoing at this moment, except for what appears to be two smaller recreational aircraft, which appear to be up in the air at this time. We can also see a Fly Dubai flight also moving on the tarmac.
So we also have more breaking news right now. Apparently, we're getting word that Ali Khamenei has fled Tehran. He has apparently officially fled. This is coming from Reuters, by the way, according to an official within Iran. He's been transferred to a secure location. So he has officially been evacuated from the capital city. So Khamenei is on the move. He is not stationary. He's currently fleeing out of the capital city as we speak. So major news with that, by the way. Apparently, he is still alive, if you believe the Iranians. He's apparently on the run as we speak. So he is taking off. We're not sure where he's going, but he is taking off right now. Also, by the way, we are hearing some more breaking news. Apparently, when Israel conducted the strike, they did not notify commercial airlines, as far as we can tell. Right now, the ACARS, which is the notification system for commercial airliners, is going bonkers. The airlines are panicking. They are freaking out because there's currently missiles flying through the area in which the commercial flights are trying to navigate through. So that's a huge situation going on right now. Also, by the way, we are seeing on another front that apparently we got video of Israeli Air Force tankers currently taking off from Israel to support sustained strikes on Iran this morning. We had that video about 4 posts down on our Twitter page, and it looks like they are planning on keeping this going for possibly a few hours, perhaps. But unfortunately, take a look.
We can see this clip right here. We sadly won't be able to play the actual clip, but we will be able to show you some stills of it. The Israelis actually use modified Boeing 707s with their original turbojet engines, meaning that this is distinctively an Israeli aerial tanker, which is suggesting that currently the Israeli Air Force is active and flying within the area, at least particularly around the Iraqi-Iranian border. We actually were able to confirm that prior in our last stream run just moments ago, as we were able to hear the sound of the turbojets within the Israeli aircraft that were already beginning to fly around the area of the border with the Islamic Republic of Iran inside of Iraq. We'll play that clip for all of y'all right here, which is our only indication of Israeli air activity, and this was detected around 5 hours ago. That appears to be the sound of the turbojet of an Israeli aircraft, maybe an F-16, F-15, or F-35, as it was already beginning to loiter in the area and prepare for the strikes that were soon to come against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are getting further information out at this moment right now that it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital has had an attempted decapitation strike conducted against it. The Iranian government appears to be insisting that the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, is in fact alive and is being moved out of the city at this moment. We are not entirely sure if there's going to be an attempt to wipe out Khamenei before he can completely flee the area. But we do understand that the Iranians are already claiming that he's in a safe location.
So we are getting word, by the way, that apparently, and also it appears we have a geolocation here on this, thanks to Phytix Network. It looks like we are seeing here that one of these missiles that was sent in by Israel was apparently targeting the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, their headquarters. We have seen here, it appears to be several landmarks which are confirming that is the location, and it looks like they've hit the headquarters building of the Atomic Energy Organization, which is, of course, I believe, involved in their nuclear development. We're also getting word as well that apparently one of the missiles that flew in apparently had the Iranian president's name on it. They're saying that they tried to take him out. They're not sure of the state of the Iranian president, but apparently one of the missiles was designated for him and went for him, and it's unclear what his status is at the moment. We're also hearing from an American official. They're telling Al Jazeera that strikes on Iran will be extensive, and apparently this is just the start. So we are literally just starting this at midnight in Mountain Time in the United States. This is just kicking off, and this is literally, like I mentioned before, midday inside of Iran. So very interesting to see midday strikes with this. We're also hearing sirens being sounded in Doha, Qatar, by the way. Doha is having sirens sounded in addition to Israel sounding sirens as well. So we have a situation where it looks like missiles could be launched at several different allies currently in the region. Very big news with that.
We are currently going to be making sure to follow this information as much as we can. We are seeing that apparently there's going to be widespread strikes, and we can see here as well that there will be widespread strikes according to U.S. officials at the moment, which we are currently trying to track right now. We have also been able to see some other significant developments that have been going on at the moment, as it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has been directly hit and heavily damaged by the Israeli strikes conducted prior. We'll be making sure to put that down on the map and attempting to geolocate its exact geographical position so that way we can make sure to show y'all exactly where this is at the moment. Let me make sure to put this into Google and use this.
Also, by the way, we are hearing that apparently the U.S. military is currently striking Iran directly. That's the initial report we're hearing right now. That's being reported by what appears to be the New York Times. I'm trying to verify that myself on my end. And let's see here. It appears to be that the New York Times is saying that sirens are sounding. They're also saying that American officials say that strikes are underway. So the U.S. is officially striking Iran directly. The U.S. is directly involved in this. I'd assume there are currently fighter jets in the sky launching missiles at Iran. That is the assumption. Also, by the way, we're hearing that Israel has started a second wave of attacks on Iran, this time targeting outside of the capital city, not just Tehran. Apparently, they're targeting other cities. We're hearing sirens going off in Bushehr, Iran, which is home to some of the nuclear facilities of the Iranian government. Bushehr is apparently under attack as we speak. So very wide-ranging. I would imagine that the skies are full of fighter jets right now, and this is a very wide-ranging attack, and we're expecting a lot more than that. Apparently, this is just the opening salvo. This does appear to be shock and awe for the most part. It appears they're using that strategy that we talked about before.
We also have to point out, most importantly, about the situation currently ongoing in Bushehr, as air raids are now sounding over this area, that the Bushehr city area is actually home to a large amount of Russian scientists and Russian construction workers who are contractors for the Russian government, who were working to be able to help assemble a brand new nuclear power plant for the Islamic Republic of Iran directly along the coastline, which y'all can physically see right here. It does appear that based off of this information, the United States of America and the Israelis may be attempting attacks on the Iranian institutions nearby that are currently involved in producing and constructing this nuclear power plant, as this would suggest that there are some form of targets that are going to be attempted to be hit within Bushehr. At the moment right now, we have not heard of suppression of enemy air defense activities that are currently ongoing, and we've also not been able to hear of any attacks upon the Iranian Navy near to the area of Bandar Abbas or Qashem. We also understand that right now the Russian corvette, the Stoichi, is currently still within Bandar Abbas, according to our last known information, meaning that right now there is a Russian warship possibly moored within Bandar Abbas in the midst of the ongoing attacks that the United States is conducting, which may further complicate the situation of bombing the Iranian Navy within Bandar Abbas, as there may be collateral damage caused to the Russian warship, which could create a larger diplomatic standoff or an armed showdown between the United States and the Russian Federation over that situation. We do not expect the Russian corvette to be involved in any defensive actions or actions involving live fire. We do also understand that at the moment there is more news coming out. It does appear that Thomas Massie, who is a U.S. representative for Kentucky, has apparently confirmed that the United States has attacked the Islamic Republic of Iran, saying that the act of war was unauthorized by Congress, and that the United States is attacking Iran, according to the Associated Press. We are actually hearing more information.
So we got some breaking news happening. We're hearing some names of targets. We're currently seeing that Qom, also Qamorabad, Isfahan, and definitely Tehran. We've seen Tehran get hit multiple times. All of those cities are currently under attack. And also, I'm going to add one to it, by the way. Bushehr is also under attack as well. So it's a wide-ranging attack. Isfahan is home to the nuclear site, so we know why that's getting attacked. Tehran's home to the government. That's obvious. Karamabad, not totally sure. Qom, I believe, is also home to another nuclear facility of some sort. So not entirely sure why Karamabad's being attacked. Maybe there's IRGC targets there, perhaps, but we are seeing several cities, several of them getting hit right now, and I would imagine the list is bigger than that we're currently hearing about.
It actually appears that Karamabad, I believe that these are general geographical locations, actually, Matthew, looking at this, because the area around Qom, they may be trying to hit the Natanz uranium enrichment facility again, and also Army munitions depots that are nearby for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Within Isfahan, they may be targeting the nuclear research campus and other facilities around Isfahan. Karamabad would be strategically important, as we believe that a large amount of the transport erector launchers of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which would be used in counterattacks to fire short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles at U.S. and Israeli forces, would most likely be based out of that city. And also, the city of Tehran is under attack for obvious reasons. It is the seat of the Islamic Republic's government, and it also serves as a significant attacking point to be able to conduct a decapitation strike for that point. Bushehr appears to be under attack because of its ongoing development of a nuclear reactor along the coastline, but we have not been able to hear at this moment any attacks around the Bandar Abbas area, which does lead to the possibility that the Islamic Republic of Iran may be able to try and sally forth the small parts of their practically non-existent navy that they have to be able to try and lay out a minefield as quickly as possible if they want to attempt a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully we will be able to hear here soon that the United States Armed Forces are beginning strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran's navy, as that would be wildly beneficial for the situation in ensuring that the Iranians cannot conduct a counterattack.
So also, by the way, we are hearing that Israeli fighter jets are apparently operating in the area of Qom, Isfahan, and Bushehr. That's apparently the initial report. We are hearing airstrikes are being reported in three of those, all three of those cities I mentioned. And also, by the way, I had one more piece of news here. Let me make sure I'm not missing something. We have one more piece of breaking news coming out that apparently Israel has stated officially that the main target of its operation is to decapitate and collapse the Iranian regime, and they will not stop until that's achieved. So that is what we're hearing as well. Also, I had one more thing, but it slipped away from me there for a second. Let me see if I can go get that back. In the meantime, Forcer, I'll toss it back to you while I'm still looking for this other news here.
And got you. And right now we're hearing that the main target is decapitation strikes, which actually proves that our analysis on the channel was correct, that attacking nuclear facilities does not appear to be the top priority. And now that we've gotten that statement from the Israelis, we would generally assume that the U.S. strategy is to attempt to destroy key government facilities within larger population centers of the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that these attacks are highly likely based against the governor's offices within the provinces that house Isfahan, Karamabad, Qom, Bushehr, and other cities, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. It appears that this time the strike is not going for harder targets like the nuclear facilities themselves. It's actually going to attempt to completely destroy the government apparatus, which is supporting the nuclear research and development in which the reason that these nuclear facilities currently exist. So the analysis was dead on correct. It was decided, instead of attacking nuclear facilities outright once more like last time, they're now going to be attacking the governmental facilities that support those nuclear operations. We are getting even further breaking news at this moment coming out of the strategic and tactical situation inside of Iran. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we are hearing that the second wave of Israeli strikes on Iran is definitely underway. Sources in Iraq from the ground, eyewitnesses are reporting that they are seeing visually and also hearing wide ranges and plethora of missile fire coming from Israel and flying over their skies. So we are definitely seeing a lot more missile strikes taking place. Also, by the way, the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has instructed personnel to shelter in protected areas. We also heard earlier that apparently the sirens are sounding in Qatar, which does indicate that there could could be retaliation against not just the United States and Israel, but also against partner states in the region that are teamed up with the United States. Also, we are hearing as well that there are blasts being reported in an area including a refinery and petrochemical complex in Shazan in the Markazi province inside of Iran. So apparently they're also attacking oil infrastructure as well, if this eyewitness report is accurate. So that's what we're hearing right now, by the way. But the big thing is more missiles are on the way as we speak, and damage is being sustained in apparently several different cities.
And really quickly, we're going to try and locate Shazan at the moment, as we are getting eyewitness reports on the ground that Shazan has been directly targeted. And so let me see if I can get that for y'all here really quickly. Sadly, it doesn't appear that I'll be able to find that city off of the bat, but we were able to hear that this was apparently in Mohajaran town, so we'll be able to pull that up instead. So let me go get the Mohajaran town area, which we believe is in the Markazi province, which would be this area right here. And this is actually a little bit north and east of Karamabad and closer to Iraq. Let me make sure to put the marker down on the map for everyone. If you want to see this map, by the way, that we are producing currently live on air, you can actually get that link in the description below. Let me go put that down. Strikes confirmed. In this area.
Also, while you're putting that down, I want to point something out, by the way. We have not seen any indications that B-2 stealth bombers are currently en route to the Middle East. If they are en route, they have evaded us completely this time. We have not seen any indications that they have launched B-2 bombers of any sort. So what that indicates to me is this is going to be a multi-week campaign, perhaps. This is what this could end up being, because they haven't brought the B-2s in, and they've already stated that they're going to destroy the nuclear sites again, and also hit the new one, which is Pickaxe Mountain. So you need the bunker busters, and the only aircraft that can drop those is the B-2. So we have not seen those in the area. We've not heard them being launched. So I'm not sure what's up with that. That might indicate, like I said, a very long period of strikes on Iran.
It also does appear, folks, I want to reiterate this once again because I've been trying to do some research on this on the side as we've been covering the news. It does appear from everything that we can find, the Iranian parliament was in session and had actually been ordered to shelter in place prior to these strikes. We have been able to confirm that the Iranian parliamentary building has already been directly hit by a large number of Tomahawk cruise missiles, meaning that the entire government of Iran, at least the parliamentary portion of the Iranian government, has most likely been killed outright in the strike so far, meaning that the Iranian parliament has ceased to exist as an effective governmental force inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We believe that Ali Khamenei is still at large and on the move inside of the country, but we do not really know exactly if that is true or not. We haven't gotten any direct reports, at least from the Islamic Republic of Iran, on his whereabouts or whether he is alive or not. That is largely an Israeli assumption that he is on the move, and we are trying to see if we can get further confirmation for that at the moment. One thing that we can say, however, is that there are currently a second wave of strikes ongoing, and for those of y'all who were just joining us right now, 50 minutes ago, the United States of America and the State of Israel have just begun military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. These operations opened with Tomahawk-based attacks against multiple targets inside of Tehran, then followed by strikes inside of Isfahan, Karamabad, also the city of Qom, south of Tehran, and we are also hearing the air raid sirens are now sounding within the city of Bushehr along the coastline, and that there is now an ongoing second wave of strikes with missiles flying over Iraq, with eyewitness reports claiming that the missiles are already inbound into the Islamic Republic of Iran in a second wave. We do understand that the Tomahawk missiles were highly likely fired by elements of the United States Navy, as we do not believe the Islamic Republic of Iran would be attacked by the Israelis with Tomahawks, as it does not appear that the Israeli forces have access to Tomahawk cruise missiles. Only the United States Navy does. We are getting more information coming out at this moment.
Okay, so more breaking news happening. Well, this is literally happening very quick, by the way. We are hearing that Iran has been caught very off guard by this daytime attack. But pretty much like us as well, we were not expecting a daytime attack like this. So Iran has been caught off guard, and that's why we have not seen an immediate retaliation by the Iranians by firing missiles and drones. But it is coming, though. It's just simply not immediate. We're also hearing that the U.S. has targeted Mehrabad Airport. It has currently been targeted with missiles, apparently. So an airport is under attack attack. That's the Mehrabad airport that has been targeted inside of Iran. I believe that's in Tehran, I'm pretty sure. Also, we have gotten a geo-confirmation that the office of the Supreme Leader of Iran has been hit with a major missile, a very large missile strike. Apparently, this image you're looking at right here is showing the general area in which the Supreme Leader of Iran's office was hit in this image. Also, by the way, as another clarification, Israel launched a missile for every top government official in Iran. Each missile had a name of a top government official, and it went exactly for their location. So right now, you could be looking at perhaps a huge portion of the top Iranian government dead as of right now. We simply are waiting confirmation for that at the moment. So a missile for each of them. We'll have to see if it panned out.
A chicken in every pot, I guess, was the slogan of the Israelis with this strike, and it appears that winner, chicken dinner, the real
okay.
misspeaking right there, winner, chicken dinner, at least for the Israeli strikes on the Iranian Consultative Assembly, which is the Iranian parliament. I guess with the Iranian government being how it is, I guess saying, dick wouldn't be that far off. I mean, a lot of them were, but nevertheless, it does appear that the damage has been fairly significant. We also were able to see further footage from Kirkuk, Iran, actually showing further missiles flying over in a second wave. Let me make sure to go and put that down really quickly while I try and not bust out laughing at that absolute mess up there. But let me put this down really quickly, folks. Let's see here. There we go. So let me go and show you all this clip from Kirkuk, Iran, of the missiles that are currently flying over. We hear the sound of what appears to be cattle in the distance as missiles are flying directly overhead of this rancher. This is confirming that there is a second wave of strikes that is currently being conducted against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we are currently seeing that those missiles are flying over Iraq. This is apparently suggesting, if we're assuming that they are all Tomahawk cruise missiles or TLAMs, that they may have been fired by the United States Navy inside the Eastern Mediterranean, and those missiles have flown over Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq towards their targets. Interestingly enough, this actually would be fairly close in line to a missile that was fired by the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which is currently about 200 kilometers east of Crete, from what we understand right now.
Yep. You're right. You're right. We are getting the report right now from New York Times. New York Times is up late. They're working hard. They said dozens of U.S. strikes on Iran are being carried out by fighters from bases around the Middle East and one or more of the aircraft carriers. So we are seeing dozens, I'm talking about dozens of fighter jets from the United States, F-22s perhaps, F-35s. They are taking to the skies and they are launching huge salvos of missiles on Iran right now. We're also being told by U.S. officials that this attack right here is far more extensive, and I think we can see that with our own eyes right now. This is far more extensive than anything we saw during the 12-day war. So very, very large attacks. We're also being told by Israeli media that Israel is preparing for several days at least of war. So like we speculated a moment ago, this is the start of perhaps a multi-week campaign perhaps by the United States and Israel. So this is the big one. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is the one that we've been expecting to happen for over a month now. It's actually happening as of tonight. So it apparently is what we're expecting. Also, by the way, I do want to point this out, that shock and awe is the strategy that they're currently using. They are currently catching the Iranian government off guard. They're trying to hit them as hard and fast as they can, and they got a missile for each government official. So right now, they can't even escape the missile hellfire to even constitute a response. That's what we're being told right now. They're all on the run. They're all taking off, including the intelligence people that are in charge of mapping out all the Israeli locations to target in a retaliation attack. So basically, imagine a huge rat maze. That's basically what this is right now. Tehran is a bunch of rats running around, and they're trying to escape the missile hellfire. So that's the picture coming out of Tehran right now.
And it does appear that they probably are running like rats at the moment. It does seem as though there is an endless slew of Tomahawks that are currently flying into the area. And we do understand that the United States Navy alone would have the capability of firing off hundreds of Tomahawk missiles in a first strike, which appears to be what we're seeing right now. If this is the case, we may actually see that the Iranian government is outright destroyed within the very opening hours of this conflict, and that resistance generally crumbles due to a lack of any centralized command or control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps or the Iranian armed forces on the ground. We are still waiting to see further developments from the situation at the moment, and it does does seem as though we will probably be seeing even further damage and strikes conducted against Iranian government facilities.
So apparently, we're getting more news about Khamenei because obviously all the government officials are important targets, but Khamenei is the main target, though. We're hearing that the residence of Khamenei was attacked. So apparently, Khamenei fled from his house. That's apparently what we're currently assuming right now. Apparently, he was within the vicinity of his house when the missiles came in. They put him in a vehicle. They took off immediately in a convoy, and they're currently trying to take him somewhere outside of Tehran. So like we mentioned, he is on the move. He's been moved to a location outside of Tehran. He's currently somewhere. I would assume they probably made him stationary at this point, but we don't know where that is. But like I said, Khamenei, like the rest of the officials, are currently on the move and they're on the run, still as we speak.
And we are currently seeing that it appears to be absolute chaos on the ground inside of Tehran and multiple other cities. And we are believing that at the moment, while we're not getting a lot of information out of the provinces, we are believing that a lot of the governmental administrations in the provinces may have been attacked as well. And there may have been decapitation attacks attempted against them. It does not appear that at the moment we are getting any information that would indicate to us that they are trying to attack the nuclear facilities, at least right now. It appears that they're trying to completely eliminate the Iranian government, which once again falls within our analysis that would be the safest and most surefire form of attacks. We are also hearing that apparently the Mehrabad International Airport has been attacked within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which serves as a significant staging and operational point for the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force. This appears to be the first sign of suppression of enemy air defense operations that we can see inside the country, as we do know that there is a large amount of hangars, shelters, and also tarmacs that are used directly by the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force and may have had aircraft basing or staged at them at the time of these strikes, meaning that a significant portion of the Iranian Air Force may have just been destroyed at the Mehrabad International Airport. We also do understand, once again, to recap some of the confirmed damage that we can get at this point, is that Khamenei's residence within the northern part of the city at the Sadabad Cultural and Historical Complex has been directly attacked and destroyed, along with the Islamic Consultative Agency, or Assembly, believed to have the entirety of the Iranian parliament within it when it was hit. We also understand that the Iranian Atomic Agency has also been hit and destroyed as well, apparently by several Tomahawk cruise missiles. The Mehrabad International Airport, housing the Iranian Air Force, has been destroyed and heavily damaged. We are also hearing that there are air raid sirens currently sounding in Bushehr, home to the Iranian nuclear power plant.
So also, by the way, I am seeing right now, I am getting footage from Pasteur Street in Iran. Pasteur Street is important because that is home to several major important government buildings. Key government institutions are located on Pasteur Street. That is the home to the office of the Iranian president, the center of the IRGC intelligence, and we're seeing a massive, massive explosion happening right there right now. So it is confirmed. We have the footage to finally back it up for a fact. It has been struck. It appears to be the office of the president has been struck, the intelligence headquarters also been struck, and also other supporting elements of the IRGC top command has been struck inside of Tehran. So we finally see that here on Pasteur Street. That is a very big strike happening right now.
It also appears they may have gone after military institutions, as the AGA University of Command and Staff is also based on the street as well, and may have...
Now, if we go back on the stream, now, yeah, I literally said this. I said as soon as Derek Ford gets there, excuse me, strikes will begin. And it hasn't even got there all the way yet.
Just been hit and destroyed in this explosion. Let's take a look at these clips and look at the damage that has been caused by the incoming strikes that are happening right now. We can see smoke rising in the distance from the explosion. This does appear to have been on Pasteur Street, which houses a large amount of significant government facilities. We have also been able to see a second clip of these explosions right here. These clips appear to have no audio, but we can see people going outside and staring at the multiple strikes. We believe these are Tomahawk missiles that are impacting on target at this point, and it appears to be quite significant damage, to say the least. We will be waiting to see what further information we are getting out. I'm sure that we're about to be getting some very significant information out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Some of the highest priority targets that could have been hit within the city have already been knocked out. A large amount of Iranian officials are assumed dead at this moment, and we do understand that Ali Khamenei is apparently on on the run inside the country, attempting to flee the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes that are currently being conducted at the moment.
Yes. Also, by the way, I have just gotten word, and we'll have, sadly I cannot provide the source for right now, but Mossad is on the ground. Mossad, and we already knew they were there, by the way. This isn't new. They were already stationed inside of Tehran. Mossad is currently on the ground trying to confirm and get visual evidence of the death of top government officials. You're hearing that right here. This is, I'm guaranteeing nobody else is reporting that. They are currently on the ground trying to assess whether or not the targets of the assassinations with missiles are deceased. So that means they're currently lurking around the hotspots. That's what that means. And they're currently trying to get visual evidence to report back to command that these individuals were taken out. So that's a very big piece of news right there. I'm waiting for more visual evidence to come out. We're waiting on photos to come out showing that perhaps. But that is what we're hearing right now. Also, by the way, we've heard that this operation has officially been named by Israel as Operation Lion's Roar. That is the operation that this is being called right here. So very big news with that. Also, by the way, Enforcer, I'm going to toss it back to you and trying to do a little bit more research, and I'll report back something big in just a minute.
We can also confirm that the Fath Air Base within Karaj province, just west of Tehran, has also been hit as well, and apparently has suffered significant damage. The Fath Air Base is believed to house several elements of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, including some of the rotary aviation elements that may be used for VIP transports. We also understand that some attack helicopters of the Islamic Republic of Iran were also based at this airport when it was hit at that time. So it does appear that several air bases surrounding the capital of Tehran have been hit, which may be suggesting that there is some sort of an attempt even at a special forces operation, as we saw similar attacks conducted like this in the attempt to be able to grab Maduro. So there is a likelihood that that may be the case, and we may be watching that something like that could be happening at some point here within the very near future.
Okay, so the Iranians have found their footing. The Iranians have finally issued a crazy statement, and we've been waiting for it. They've been quiet for a minute, indicating that they have been caught off guard. They have stated, this is coming from an Iranian official, according to Reuters, that Tehran's preparing for a retaliation that will shake the world and will be crushing. That's what they're saying right now. That's to be seen, though, because right now the entire Iranian government's on the run like rats, and they can't even get themselves together to even form a response at this point. So they're making some wild statements, but that's to be seen. Also, we're getting some more supporting information here that apparently this morning we did witness it. Israel bombed Hezbollah inside of Lebanon. We weren't really sure why that was. We assumed it was a softening operation, but what that actually was, we're getting exclusive information right now that they bombed apparently the early detection sites inside of Lebanon to prevent Hezbollah from giving Iran warning about the strike that just occurred. So that's why Iran was also caught off guard. The early warning systems were destroyed this morning, and they had no pre-advance notice whatsoever that Iran was going to get struck. So very big news on that front as well. We're also hearing as well that more additional strikes are being reported in Qom, Isfahan, Kermanshah, and Karaj as of right this second. Also, the Mehrabad airport is still being struck as we speak, which is in Tehran. And we're also hearing as well, wait a minute, hold on, let's see here. Oh, we have a video showing a fighter jet over Tehran. Is this Iranian air defense, perhaps? Take a look at that, Enforcer. Let us know what you think.
And we're going to be taking a look at this really quickly. This is our first confirmed aircraft over Iran. That appears to be a MiG-29 of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force. So we can confirm that some minimal air defense activity is currently being conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran over Tehran, but it does not appear to be any great degree of success, as we have not been able to confirm any in-air interceptions conducted by the Iranian Air Force or Iranian Ground Air Defense Forces on incoming aerial targets. So it does appear that there is some limited activity by the Iranian Air Force, and it also does appear that we were able to get our analysis correct prior yesterday that the Israeli Air Forces were already bombing Hezbollah as a preparatory action for imminent strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. We did actually cover that news yesterday as the Israelis bombed the early detection sites around the area of the Baalbek Valley area, which we were able to cover and confirm yesterday. It does now appear that they did continue those airstrikes into the morning, which we did not cover, unfortunately, today, but it appears that those were also incredibly important in making sure that the Iranians could not get any sort of early detection or early warning out of Lebanon from Hezbollah about the incoming bombing strikes that were going to be hitting Iran. It does appear that some Iranian officials have been able to survive the initial strikes and have apparently crawled out of the destroyed parliamentary building like some roaches, and are now claiming that they're going to be conducting a significant attack against the Israelis in turn. We're going to be waiting to see if that happens, though. I don't really think a lot of them are going to be around to see it. But we do have further information coming out at this moment right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now, Iranian state media is trying to hype their guys up because they've been obviously hit pretty hard in the opening salvo of shock and awe that we were expecting. They're currently broadcasting war songs over Iranian state media on all televisions that are currently not hacked by the Western forces. They're broadcasting war songs and basically trying to hype their guys up to get ready to do something. So we still haven't seen a response, by the way. We're just hearing a bunch of words. We're seeing a lot of propaganda, but not really seeing a whole bunch of responses when it comes to reality. Also, we are seeing here that apparently, let me double check this real quick. I'm getting another piece of breaking news. We are hearing that apparently the IRGC Mustafa Khomeini base in Qom has been struck. That's apparently the target in Qom that we keep hearing about airstrikes happening on. It's the IRGC Khomeini Mustafa base that has currently been hit. At least 3 blasts have struck the air base, and currently, I think that's where they're trying to station some of the fighter jets out of, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and it looks like they're currently taking some hits. Let's see here. Let me try to get one more thing here.
Actually,
getting overwhelmed. I'm getting overloaded.
Really quickly, folks, that actually is confirmed to be, and Matthew, this is actually crazy. We just talked about this on the last stream, literally before we went live for this one. This is actually the Army Ammunition Storage Depot, the Mustafa Khomeini base, just north of Qom. We were actually saying that that would be an incredibly highly likely target for U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, literally just an hour before the strikes began. So it does appear that these strikes are happening at this moment inside of the Army depots just north of Qom, and it does appear that these strikes are quite significant, at least at the moment right now. We may be seeing that the United States and Israel are not only conducting a decapitation attack, but they're also conducting an attack to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran's military and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is completely knocked out of action, or at least heavily debilitated, so that way further strikes would be far easier against Iranian forces and the Iranian government inside of the country. This does fall well in line of our current analysis that we had leading up to these strikes, as it did appear that that would be a far easier alternative than once again trying a second wave of attacks that appeared to have been unsuccessful on the Iranian nuclear sites and facilities.
Oh, so, okay. So we got some interesting stuff. A technical piece of news right here. We are seeing the debris on the ground in Iraq of Israeli Blue Sparrow series missile boosters. They're being seen on the ground. Apparently, a booster fell to the ground in Iraq, and it looks like someone has been good enough to get a picture of it for us right here on the ground side of Iraq. These boosters were also found, by the way, after the 12-day war strikes as well. So it appears they're using Blue Sparrow missiles to strike Iran as we speak. Enforcer, can you tell us where those are launched from?
The Blue Sparrow missiles were highly likely launched from inside of Iraq or somewhere within the Kurdish Autonomous Region in northern Iraq. But you can actually see a picture of one of those Blue Sparrow missiles being carried by an F-15D during a test from several years ago right here in this picture. It appears that the Blue Sparrow missiles operate in a somewhat similar fashion with terrain-following technology like the Tomahawk cruise missiles, but we also understand that the United States is involved in the operation currently, and so that does mean that some of the missiles that we're seeing that are currently airborne are in fact Tomahawk TLAM cruise missiles. We do not know a lot of information about the Blue Sparrow off the top of our heads. This missile system has not really been talked about a lot in the public and hasn't really been mentioned all too much, but we do know that the Israelis do have possession of a missile system like this and are apparently using it in operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran right now. Some of these missiles...
Holy smokes. I don't mean to interrupt. Holy smokes. We are getting a crazy report. We are hearing an initial report that Amir Hatami, who's the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army, has likely been killed. That's not visually confirmed yet. This guy, it's being reported right now by Israeli media, this guy right here, who's the top of the top, this guy is the top of the command chain inside of Iran for the military. This guy is likely dead as we speak. We're waiting on visual confirmation of that. So we will not be able to show that on the air, obviously, if we get it, but we can let you know if we can confirm that that visually. That is a huge report right there. Massive if that is true. We're waiting on confirmation of that, like I said. Also, we are hearing that thousands, and I mean thousands of members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has been killed or wounded following attacks by these missile attacks from the air. That's being reported by Iranian sources, by the way. So casualties are massive. I mean, the casualties are already insane just in the opening hour or two of these strikes. Also, like I mentioned here, it could be that the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army is currently deceased as we speak. Also, my God, I've got breaking news coming out like crazy. We've got some news coming out of Tehran that 7 missiles hit the presidential palace and Khamenei's compound. That is a ton of missiles that have struck literally the seat of the government. It has struck it. Those are many missiles hitting that, by the way. And we are currently hearing that another salvo has been opened up by U.S. and Israeli forces on Iran. This is going wild right now, absolutely wild right now. But Enforcer, I'm going to take a break and try to find some more news here for a second, and I'm going to let you take it back over.
So it does appear that at the moment we can confirm that thousands of IRGC officials have been killed. This is confirming that this is an attempted decapitation strike and a complete debilitation of Iran's government and military capabilities. Generally, this is what we believe that strikes would coalesce into once they began, as this would be the easiest approach to seeing the collapse of the Islamic Republic of Iran instead of directly attacking nuclear sites. It appears that the amount of firepower that was used was overwhelming firepower, which does show us that a superior firepower doctrine was used in the airstrike so far, with 7 missiles hitting directly onto the presidential palace. We also understand that several missiles, most likely 7 or 10, also hit the Iranian Consultative Assembly, which is the name for the Iranian parliament, with hundreds of members inside. We also understand that they are hitting multiple Air Force installations and Army.
Currently hearing that another salvo has been opened up by
Again, as this would be the easiest approach to seeing the collapse of the Islamic Republic of Iran instead of directly attacking nuclear sites. It appears that the amount of firepower that was used was overwhelming firepower, which does show us that a superior firepower doctrine was used in the airstrike so far, with 7 missiles hitting directly onto the presidential palace. We also understand that several missiles, most likely 7 or 10, also hit the Iranian Consultative Assembly, which is the name for the Iranian parliament, with hundreds of members inside. We also understand that they are hitting multiple Air Force installations and Army facilities throughout the country, and we have also been able to hear that apparently, while many parliamentary members have been killed outright at this moment in the strikes, Ali Khamenei does appear to be at large and is currently on the run inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're currently trying to see if he is he's going to be found or hit sometime soon by an airstrike, but we cannot confirm that, at least for right now. We can also state that Blue Sparrow missiles have been used by the Israeli Air Force, as we did get a picture of a Blue Sparrow missile booster that apparently splashed down within northern Iraq, which we'll be showing right here. So I'll be putting this down on the map so that we all can see this if you would like to, and all of our current markers are non-colored and also non-detailed, so you can tell that they're happening right now instead of the other markers that are from the past 2 days of news. We've also been able to see some further developments ongoing right now. The Iranian media is apparently putting out propaganda on television as the strikes are happening to be able to try and hype up the public and see that they have some minimal propaganda, although most of their government officials have been killed.
Okay, so right now I'm on True Social. The president's posted a video here. He's looking very ominous. Sadly, the video is not loading. I think the website is overloaded with people trying to watch the video. But the president is standing at a podium with a presidential seal on it with the flags behind him. The room is dark, and he's currently making an announcement. It's about 8 minutes long. But sadly, the video is not loading because of apparently the website being, I would assume, overloaded perhaps. Let's see here. It's still not loading. So apparently tons of people are trying to watch that video. I cannot get it to load, but the president has made a statement, and we'll try to bring you that statement here as soon as we can get that thing to load right now. So the president is obviously up and awake. He's obviously monitoring this, I would assume, from Mar-a-Lago, because I believe he was down there at this time. So we will have to see what he is saying in just a minute if I can get the video to load.
And really quickly, we're going to be seeing, we can find that here on the office of the White House.
Got it to load. I got it to load right here. I believe we can show this video. It's posted by the president himself. I think we can show this right here. I'm going to send you the link to it, by the way. It's an 8-minute long video. I'm not sure if we can show something that long, but let me listen to the first minute of it, by the way. I'm going to go silent for a second, and I'll summarize what he's saying.
Got you. And we'll be waiting to see what the President of the United States is currently saying. It appears that the President of the United States has made some sort of an address to the public right now, and we'll be trying to get further information on that as we are live on air. In the meantime, however, for everyone who is joining us, we have been able to confirm that about 1 hour ago, approximate at this point, the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted, well, actually, the United States of America, correction there, has conducted significant attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We can confirm that a large
it appears that the amount of firepower that was used was overwhelming firepower, which does show us that a superior firepower doctrine.
Currently, thousands of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps officials and members have been killed. Hundreds of parliamentary members have also been killed. Ali Khamenei's compound was hit, but it does appear that he is at large at the moment.
Okay, so unfortunately, let's do this real quick. Let's show like the first minute or so of this video. I've sent you the link to it to Truth Social. We should be okay to show this, by the way, because it, of course, is the president speaking, so it should not be copyrighted. It should be for use, and also we're using the comments, so it should be fine anyway. So we should be good showing this right here. We can show it probably like the first minute or two, maybe, to see what he's saying.
All right, everyone, and here is the first minute of the statement from the President of the United States.
Short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
It does appear that as of this statement, it appears that the President of the United States has announced that the United States of America is conducting military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Unfortunately, we will not be able to show the entire address as we are getting further breaking news coming out from the ground inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But it does appear that the claims have been made, much like we have been making on the channel, that the Islamic Republic of Iran does pose a significant threat to U.S. national security interests within the Middle East, the safety of the United States of America at home, and also the safety of further U.S. developments and involvements within the region, and also the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a terrorist state which does fund and sponsor terrorist forces throughout the entirety of the Middle East. We do have more breaking news coming out at this moment from inside of Iran.
So right now we're seeing our first photo of the explosions in Tabriz, Iran. You might recognize that name, by the way. Tabriz is a site of the attacks during the 12-day war as well. This is our first photo of it that you can see right here. There's clearly in the distance massive plumes of smoke from missile strikes. So we are seeing that in Tabriz. We're also seeing, by the way, we have a video showing the first moment of strike in Tehran, the capital city, filmed by, it appears to be a bystander as these missiles were coming in. So this might give us an idea of exactly the opening moments of the salvo.
And it does appear that the explosions were quite significant. We could see the smoke billowing over the city from the strikes that had just happened, and it does appear that a bit of chaos had started to grip the city at this point, but it doesn't appear that the full understanding of what was going on, at least then, was truly abounding, at least at that point. But it does seem as though we can clearly tell that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been heavily overwhelmed by the attack so far, as we have not even seen them attempt a counter-response at this moment right now. We are most likely going to be seeing that the United States and Israel will keep up this high tempo sort of an air operation against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which will make it incredibly difficult for the Iranians to ever get a footing and try and assert a defensive and then a counterattack against the United States and Israel. If one does happen, it most likely will be met by a significant amount of air defense, and not a large amount of the flying missiles and drones will be able to make it through the air defense perimeter. We also do understand that Iranian short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles generally have a little bit of an issue, if we could say that, with launching. We do understand that the dud rate for Iranian SRBMs and IRBMs is somewhere around 25 to 35%, so not an incredibly good figure. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment right now.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the basically the quotes out of the president's speech. It was a very lengthy 8-minute long speech, and he was kind of wordy in it. So he said the president says he vows to destroy Iran's missile and specifically annihilate whatever exists of the Iranian Navy. And he also warns the U.S. may have casualties during the operation. That is, in my opinion, that is one of the clearest signs this is going to be a multi-week operation because casualties usually come over time, and I think that's what that indicates. So we are perhaps going into a multi-week, perhaps a multi-month long war with Iran, depending on how strong Iran retaliates. So we'll have to see with that. He's also saying he's going to raise Iran's missile industry and, like I said, annihilate the Navy. He also says the men and women of the U.S. forces will prevail. Iranian security forces must lay down their weapons and get immunity or face certain death. Apparently, he's echoing the Israeli statements that they are not going to stop until there is regime change. So that appears to be the stated goal. The Israelis are saying it outright. They want regime change. They're saying that. The president is basically saying that in indirect wordage. So they're going for the ultimate thing. They're going to topple the Khamenei and his regime. So a very lofty goal. So we could be seeing the start of a very extended campaign here that we're seeing. It appears that shock and awe has generally worked, actually. It appears to have worked, but it's to be seen if it actually causes the Iranian government to collapse within 72 hours, or is it going to take weeks? We don't know yet.
And we will, of course, be waiting to see, but it does appear that from all statements, we can confirm that the U.S. is going to be striking and maybe in the process of destroying the Iranian Navy, which is currently based out of Bandar Abbas and can threaten the Strait of Hormuz with being mined. At this moment, to be entirely honest with you, all the chances of the Iranians mining the Strait of Hormuz at this point is slim to none. The Iranians will not have the ability to mine the strait due to the fact that the U.S. Navy is going to, how will we say this, Matthew? How did the folks say it out on the street? Beat their ass if they try and go out on the strait right now. So I think that that's fairly clear. So we've generally avoided the situation where the Iranians will mine the strait and then start to greatly affect global oil markets. So that situation is pretty positive. Good to see that that's not going to be happening and the Iranians didn't get the jump on us, at least in that regard. We can also tell that apparently a lot of Iranians have jumped right into an early grave because we can confirm that thousands of IRGC officials have been killed along with Iranian parliamentary officials, and we do understand that Ali Khamenei is on the run at this moment, just to make sure to confirm this for everyone who's coming in right now.
Also, major news. We reported earlier that it was very likely that the guy top in the chain of command of the Iranian military is likely deceased as we speak, who is Amir Hatami, the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army. We're currently hearing that Amir Hatami, who's the defense minister, it's being apparently confirmed by another source that he was apparently eliminated. So we're hearing that from multiple sources. It seems to be very likely that he is actually deceased. We still have not gotten visual evidence of it, but apparently it's likely he's deceased. Also, we're hearing from Iranian news that apparently the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, is in full health, according to their media. But they do lie, so you got to take it with a grain of salt. But as far as we know, we've not really heard any credible reports that the Iranian president is deceased. He was targeted, but I think he scurried away, kind of like Khamenei did. I think they got out of there right before they got hit. So that's the sound of it. Also, we are apparently seeing, okay, we've already seen that footage there. We've already got that. But we're also hearing as well some more breaking news. I'm trying to go grab it real quick. Let's see here. So the other breaking news that we have, actually, let's scratch that. That is not breaking news. We've already seen that before. So, Enforcer, I'm going to toss it back to you while I keep scanning for more breaking news.
The president has stated that bombs will be dropping everywhere, and I'm actually seeing that at the moment I'm getting a little bit of additional footage out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, actually showing us the strikes from some slightly different angles, but not wildly different angles. We can also confirm that the Pakistanis simultaneously are conducting significant attacks on the Taliban right now and have hit several military facilities within Afghanistan, although that's generally a side story at the moment right now, and sadly, we wouldn't really be able to cover that. We've also been able to confirm, I have to confirm, everyone, that the head of the judiciary in Iran, or basically the Chief Justice of the Iranian Supreme Court, Gholam Hossein Mohseni Aji, has been killed. He has just been confirmed killed minutes ago.
Damn, that's crazy. This is wild, folks. This is actually wild. This is actually going generally to what the U.S. would have planned this out to be. We're being told, and we also speculated this before, by the way, but we've gotten confirmation of it. The decision to strike Iran was made weeks ago, and we'd also said that ourselves. They would not move this much assets into the region unless they knew they were going to strike. The negotiations were a stalling tactic, and that has been proven true with these strikes. We're also hearing that this was months in the works, which is also pretty obvious as well. So it's going according to plan so far. It's going according to plan. It looks like the U.S. is carrying out their objectives, but we're going to have to wait and see if the Iranian government is truly off kilter enough to prevent a prolonged war with the country. We still don't know exactly who's deceased, except for a couple of them. A couple of them are taken out that we've heard about. So, unfortunately, this is wild. This is wild. This is history in the making right here.
This is absolutely crazy. I also have to say that we have to break for a minute because we actually have a statement from generally who we say, or in what we believe most Iranians view as the Iranian opposition to Ali Khamenei, Reza Pahlavi. We are actually able to see a statement issued by Reza Pahlavi in this video right here, which we'll be playing a little bit of before we get back to the breaking news that's coming out at this moment.
هم میهنان عزیزم لحظاتی سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع
Unfortunately, that's a great question. I think we're going to have to get the English transcript here, and I'll have to read that off to y'all as quickly as I can. I'm not going to speed read, though. I'll make sure that it's understandable. My dear compatriots, moments of destiny lie ahead of us. The aid that the President of the United States promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention, and its target is the Islamic Republic, its repressive apparatus, and its machinery of slaughter, not the country and great nation of Iran. But even with the arrival of this aid, the final victory will still be forged by our hands. It is we, the people of Iran, who will finish the job in this final battle. The time to return to the streets is near. Now that the Islamic Republic is collapsing, my message to the country's military, police, and security forces is clear. You have sworn an oath to protect Iran and the Iranian people, not the Islamic Republic and its leaders. Your duty is to defend the people, not a regime that has taken our homeland hostage through repression and crime. Join the people and help bring about a stable and secure transition. Otherwise, you will go down with Khamenei's sinking ship and his regime. And my message to the President of the United States is this. The noble people of Iran, despite the savage repression and massacres of this regime, stood firm with courage for nearly 2 months. I now ask you to exercise the utmost caution to preserve the lives of civilians and my compatriots. The people of Iran are your natural allies and those of the free world, and they will never forget your support in the most difficult period in contemporary Iranian history. And to you, my dear compatriots in Iran, in these sensitive hours and days, more than ever, we must stay focused on our ultimate goal, reclaiming Iran. I ask you to remain in your homes for now and preserve your safety and security. Stay vigilant and ready so that at the appropriate time, which I'll announce to you precisely, you can return to the streets for the final action. Follow my messages through social media and satellite media. If there are disruptions to the internet and satellite, I will stay in touch with you via radio waves. We are very close to final victory, and I want to be by your side as soon as possible so that together we can take back and rebuild Iran. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi. That is the official statement from the Iranian opposition leader Reza Pahlavi at this moment right now, as we are getting even further breaking news at this moment from the ground. And Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so apparently Trump is telling the IRGC to lay down your arms or they're going to wipe you out. That's what he's saying right now. We're also getting confirmation that the U.S. is going to be retargeting the nuclear sites inside of Iran. So that means B-2 launches are imminent at some point in the next, I would imagine the next 72 hours or so, unless they're going to hold off on that until later. There is probably imminent B-2 strikes that are coming back yet again. We don't know when it's going to happen, but that is what's required to strike those nuclear sites. We're also hearing that Trump tells Iranians, when the U.S. is finished, take over your government. It'll be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. So I had been saying that myself for a while, that these attacks will probably throw the IRGC off kilter enough for the Iranian people to return to the streets and have a decent chance.
Hi, y'all. So, sorry for pausing the show. This is actual footage right now, live coverage of the airspace in Iran. It has been completely cleared out. Even airspace in Iraq and Syria has been redirected. This is updates right now, live updates as we're speaking. It's going on right now with Iran, United States, and Israel. it seems like Iran and Israel Israel and the United States has conducted airstrikes on Iran with Tomahawk and Blue missiles.
And actually overthrowing their government from the ground. And obviously, airstrikes alone may not pull it off. But if the Iranian people get out in the streets and try to take this situation over themselves, they might be able to pull this thing off with the IRGC distracted. So that's very big news. Also, we're getting our first reports, by the way, that the IRGC naval bases have been struck near the Strait of Hormuz, that is. It looks like explosions were reported in the vicinity of the port at Chabahar, also at Asalaya, I believe as well, a naval base there in Asalaya and Chabahar as well. So we are seeing that ports are being targeted. We have not heard of Bandar Abbas being targeted, but I would imagine that's probably top of the list. We'll have to wait and see if that does get hit. But Enforcer, that is the breaking news.
And that does appear to be our breaking news at the moment. We can see that these areas do appear to have larger fishing vessel fleets within them, but we do understand that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' fast attack boats, aka the speedboats, generally operate out of Chabahar, Asaluya, and also Bandar Abbas as well. Most of the actual service fleet of of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy is currently within Bandar Abbas, and we'll most likely be hearing about strikes on those forces soon, as those would be the ones that would attempt to lay the minefield within the Strait of Hormuz if given the order. We can also give a little bit of additional information that apparently the U.S. is now calling for regime change within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and apparently, according to the president, he has stated that American lives may be lost and the U.S. may suffer casualties, which is apparently already giving us an idea that U.S. operations are going to be extensive enough that U.S. forces could be put in harm's way and possibly be injured or killed in the line of service to be able to overthrow the Islamic Republic of Iran. I've seen some people in the chat discussing at the moment the situation in Iran and whether or not this is a good thing. And I would have to tell y'all that we have been covering this situation for 3 years now, since the October 7th of 2023, when the Middle Eastern news segment first appeared on our channel. And I can tell y'all that this is an incredibly good thing that is currently happening right now. The Islamic Republic of Iran's government is a wildly dangerous one, not only to us here in the United States of America, but also to the people of the Islamic Republic of Iran. To put out the 5 or 6 theses that I can give y'all as to why these strikes are an imperative for U.S. national security, and this is a solid move in terms of foreign policy, is as follows. The Islamic Republic of Iran is attempting to develop a nuclear weapon and an intercontinental ballistic missile. These are 2 points in one. One, the nuclear weaponry is supposed to be able to push us out of the Middle East and see that we largely lose control of the U.S. security sphere, which gives us control of the only oil in the world that is not produced directly by the United States or the Russian Federation. We also know that they are trying to develop that nuclear weapon and an intercontinental ballistic missile to be able to directly target and threaten the citizenry of the United States of America, which is a significant national security concern. Additionally, the Islamic Republic of Iran has killed 40,000 people just last month. Over the days of the massacre, the amount of people who were being killed in the streets was actually as large or even larger on some days than the amount of people who were dying daily on average in the Holocaust in the Second World War, to give you all a little bit of an idea.
So more people died that day than what died just now. Is what's the figure? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's insane. Insane.
The depravity and the brutality in which the Iranian government was operating. Not only that, the Islamic Republic of Iran funds and sponsors terrorist forces throughout the entirety of the Middle East, including al-Nusra in Iraq, Hezbollah within Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and also the many Houthis within western Yemen, which have threatened the freedom of navigation and the freedom of trade around the world in that vital corridor. Not only that, the Islamic Republic of Iran is a terrorist state in its natural existence and does demand for the death of U.S. citizens at the end of every parliamentary session, which would generally give us the idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran does exist as an imminent threat to the United States of America, and the current actions that are being taken are well within U.S. Foreign policy interests and are in the best interest of the citizenry. We couldn't really say that about the Venezuela situation. That one just came out of left field and didn't make any sense. This one makes a great deal of sense, and this has been something that multiple administrations have been trying to work on over about the past 6 years. But with that in mind, we do have further breaking news that is coming out at this moment right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have some more breaking news coming out right now. Let me quickly grab something out of our live chat real quick. And the breaking news that we're getting right this second is apparently the internet is going down inside of Iran. It's unclear if Tehran is the one shutting it off, or maybe there's being targets on perhaps internet facilities, perhaps, or some internet infrastructure. It's not really clear. We're also hearing that cellular internet is widely out in Tehran and also several other cities of Iran. So the internet appears to be going down, but we do know that Starlinks were provided to some of the Iranian citizens, so it could be that they'll still have connectivity anyway. At least some of them will, and we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like for the most part, the internet is going down, apparently across Tehran at least.
And also, really quickly, I'm actually going to change our title, Matthew, now that we know that the United States is involved. It's going to be U.S. and Israel starts war with Iran, explosions in Tehran, and that is going to be the change of the title at the moment, as we do understand that the United States is significantly involved at this moment in the military strikes that are currently being conducted. To what degree, we do not know. We do not know if they're making up the majority of the strikes in the country, or if it's only a smaller supporting role to the Israeli Air Force's strikes that are being conducted at the moment. But we can also state some further actions that may be happening here within the near future. Considering that the United States is currently going for a decapitation strike against the Iranian government, without a doubt, we would also know that they're going for decapitation strikes on the Iranian military as well. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' air defenses are most likely being engaged at this moment with suppression of enemy air defense activities. We would generally expect that that would be a very high likelihood for first opening actions at this moment right now, and we may see that those air defenses are destroyed here within the first few days. If that is the case, then we will most likely, if not guaranteed, see that airstrikes inside of Iran will start to increase in even farther numbers in the next following days, as the air defenses will generally no longer pose a threat, and the United States will be able to achieve air superiority over the country, and then further than that, they'll be able to achieve air supremacy if they're able to completely destroy the Iranian Air Force and also any remaining Iranian ground air defense forces at this point right now. I also have to say I'm very sorry to everyone for us sounding kind of high energy, but at the same time kind of monotone. We had literally just gotten done with a 3.5 hour long show and had to end that one and then start this one. So we are quite truly burning the midnight oil at this point to be able to cover this news. So we are going to be hopefully getting some further developments. I'm sure Matthew's looking for them right now.
So we are getting some more developments. We're hearing that the Basij base in Jam in Bushehr province was hit, according to an eyewitness on the ground. So apparently that base has been hit. And also, if you can get a geolocation on that, I'm going to break some more news as well. We're hearing that Israel plans to target missile storage sites, production facilities, and launchers, while the U.S. is going to focus on the Iranian nuclear situation, targeting those facilities, and also additional targets related to the IRGC and the Iranian government, according to a plan presented to President Trump. So that is the goal. They're splitting up responsibilities here. It's a group project. Israel's doing the work on mainly the offensive systems of Iran, while the U.S. is trying to go after the nuclear project and also the government itself. So it's unclear at this point. It seems to be, if this is the way that they're splitting up the attack, then the attacks in Tehran might have been launched by U.S. forces, actually, which would seem to line up with the idea that we heard Tomahawks flying into the area. So it sounds to me like the U.S. might have been the ones to do that, actually. So that is quite interesting as well. But Enforcer, do you have a location on that Bushehr province base that apparently that's been struck?
Yes, it is in the city of Jam, and from what we understand, the U.S. has just jammed a couple of missiles up their rear, because we understand that it appears that some sort of an IRGC facility around the area of the city of Jam has been directly hit and destroyed by several attacks at the moment. This is within the Bushehr province, but it is a good distance away from the city of Bushehr, which I believe is about 120 to 150 miles away from this location. So it is a fairly significant strike. Sadly, I cannot find the base on the map. Let me see if I can try and find that really quickly, because it just says it's a besiege base, and generally that's some form of like improper militia or kind of like an armed citizenry within the Islamic Republic of Iran. So it's highly likely within an urban area or near to an urban area. So sadly, I wouldn't be able to find that quickly, because there are besieged facilities quite literally dotting the entire country throughout Iran. So it's definitely within the town of Jam, but we wouldn't be able to say exactly where inside of this town, but it's in this town right here.
Also, by the way, good on locating that. By the way, we're currently hearing that apparently the internet's gone down so bad that the live cameras that are generally available for the public to view in Iran, including Tehran and major cities, have apparently gone down as far as we can hear. So it seems like they're losing internet fast. I have a suspicion that I think the Iranians might be behind some of that. We do know that apparently some of the U.S. strikes are targeting infrastructure, and some of the Israeli missiles are as well. But I'm getting a very odd feeling that the Iranians are also shutting the internet off to some degree or another to prevent their OPSEC from being violated. This might indicate that the Iranian response could be imminent, and that might be where they're trying to shut off the live cams and also the internet as well. So that is a big piece of news. Also, by the way, let's see here. I'm hearing some reports there might be another casualty, but this one, I got to take this one with a real grain of salt. I got to wait for some more information on this one. This could be a big announcement here. We'll wait on that one before I announce it. But yeah, that's apparently a big internet connectivity issues right now inside of Iran. In fact, it's so bad that it's really impacting communications and also any ability of citizens to put information out. So Starlink might be their only hope to stay in contact with the rest of the world from this point forward, it sounds like.
And we are most likely going to be seeing a little bit of a drop in the news that we'll be getting as a result of that, because it's going to be a lot harder for people to upload that inside of Iran for us to see out here. But it is definitely an overwhelming strike that has happened at the moment. I mean, the flood of news that we've had just within the first hour of these strikes is unreal. We've actually covered as many bulletins now in just the first hour of this that we did during the entirety of our show that covered 24 hours of news right before this one went live. So it is a fairly significant strike, to say the least. We actually believe that this may be spearheaded by the United States of America more so than anything else at the moment. So a fairly interesting sort of a development, to say the least, and it is showing us that right now the United States is attempting to dismantle and overthrow the Iranian government outright instead of conducting a second attempt on the nuclear power plants, or more so the nuclear research and development facilities.
So I'm getting a video here apparently showing the strikes on Bushehr, which is the location of a Iranian nuclear facility. We're seeing what appears to be a video here. I'm not sure exactly what has been hit. It doesn't appear to be the nuclear side, obviously, but it appears to be maybe like a mountainside base, perhaps. But unfortunately, let's take a look at that and see what exactly that could be in Bushehr.
Let's take a look, folks.
Boy. Boy.
یا خدا
یا امام حسین
شهر موشکی جمع زیدن
شهر موشکی یا خدا یا خدا
I can't tell y'all exactly where that is because it is in Bushehr, but there's not really a lot of grassy fields around Bushehr. It's actually in basically like a desert peninsula. There is no hills like that, so it is somewhere else within the Bushehr province. It may even be footage that came out from the city of Jam, but even still, there isn't that much vegetation around the area of Jam, at least from what I can tell. So at the moment, we're a little bit unsure as to where in the Bushehr region this has happened. Let me see what the geographic borders of Bushehr are, and then maybe we'll get a little bit of a better idea here.
Breaking news happening right this second. Bandar Abbas is under attack.
Yes.
Airstrikes are currently attacking Bandar Abbas as we speak. That's a very significant naval port. Have the Russians left that, by the way? Did we get word that the Russians had already left? They haven't left?
From what we know, the Stoichi is still moored inside of Bandar Abbas at this moment, so there's a potential for collateral.
Yeah, so the Russians are currently docked, as far as we're aware, at Bandar Abbas. The U.S. is currently sending missiles into that location as we speak. The Russians are apparently still there, by the way, in Bandar Abbas. The Iranian naval forces are the main target, but we don't know if there's going to be collateral. We don't know that. So right now, very, very interesting. Bandar Abbas was one of the top targets that we were waiting for right now. So I don't know what's going to happen with this, but they're currently striking right in the middle of the whole situation, literally right now.
Let me see really quickly if I can get any further developments on the Stoichi. And really quickly to let y'all know this, because this has been a point of interest on our channel for a minute. The Russians sent one corvette, this one right here called the Stoichi. The Stoichi, as we like to call it, just to be honest with you. They sent this thing down to Bandar Abbas to get involved in Iran's live fire exercise within the Strait of Hormuz called Operation Control the Strait. And from what we understand, the Stoichi is still within Bandar Abbas at this moment, moored possibly within this location. I'll actually show you within the port at this pier right here. We believe it might still be there, and let me see if I can get any further news. So It does appear that on the 19th it was still there. That appears to be one of the most recent posts about the vessel. But I have not ever heard news that it left Bandar Abbas. It might still be there at the moment. So that means that there is the potential of a Russian corvette getting hit, or at least getting moderately or lightly damaged from nearby explosions from the U.S. strikes that are currently happening within the port. It's also likely that they may be weighing anchor and immediately setting out from Bandar Abbas right now in the midst of the explosions, which is also a likelihood as well, but we generally will have to kind of wait and see on that one at the point right now. We don't really know the condition of the Stoichi, but last we had heard the Stoichi was still inside of Bandar Abbas, meaning that a Russian vessel could possibly get hit and damaged as collateral that was not actually intended to be hit within the strikes right now, or it may get hit deliberately. We're not really sure. We'll have to wait and see. We do have a picture, though, of an explosion in Elam.
So here's my question: How long has it been? Has it been? I've lost track of time at this point. Has it been about an hour or two since the attack started? Like, is that the time frame we're working with, or about an hour? Hour and a half.
Yeah.
So it's an hour and a half in, and we haven't seen an Iranian response. That's a bad sign for the Iranians. They have not mounted a response in an hour and a half, and they knew this was coming eventually. So that I would assume they were ready for something. So I think they were caught off guard quite badly. So we don't know if it's because they can't get their officials together to make a decision. We don't know if maybe the sites have been hit and struck and they can't launch anything. We don't know what it is exactly. I'm seeing some people saying there's alerts popping off in Israel, but there's been alerts going off in Israel for the last hour or so. So we haven't heard of any confirmed launches at Israel as of the second. So, I mean, it seems a bit strange that we haven't seen a response yet.
Also, I have to point out something incredibly important here. We can confirm a plume of white smoke rising from an explosion within Elam, Iran. This confirms that transport reactor launchers are highly likely getting hit at this moment that are already carrying missiles, as generally we only see white smoke coming from the explosions or fires of solid rocket propellants, which are highly likely the propellants that are used in the short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles being carried on board the transport reactor launchers, meaning that right now the Israelis are already starting to target and destroy transport reactor launchers that were primed to fire within western Iran, meaning that their attacks may start to decrease in veracity over the next following days, as we will see that the Iranians will try and keep up a rate of fire if their government doesn't collapse on top of them in the process. We are hearing from some viewers in the chat that Iran is already firing missiles. We're trying to verify that at the moment.
So I have verified it right now that apparently the first missiles have been launched out of Iran. Speaking of the devil, it looks like the devil is striking back as of right this second. We are hearing early warning alerts sounding in Israel due to the detection of Iranian missile launches as of right this second. We do not know how many missiles have been launched, but Israel is on high alert. They're telling people to go seek shelter immediately. So we can expect in the next 30 to 40 minutes or so that we will be seeing either interceptions or perhaps possibly impacts inside of Israel. So we're waiting to see what is going to happen with this, but it looks like Iran has finally composed themselves enough to launch missiles as of this moment.
We would believe that at this moment, given those reports, based off of our last reports that we would get out of the 12-day war, impacts or generally the arrival of Iranian missiles within Israeli airspace could happen at this point anytime from 12 to 20 minutes from now. So make sure to put that on your watches and your timers, folks. 12 to 20 minutes from now, we may start to see the arrival of the Iranian missiles within Israeli airspace. Sometimes the alerts would come out a little late, and that time window would be about 8 minutes, but generally it was always 12 to 20 minutes. So we'll be waiting to see those Iranian missiles arriving within Israeli airspace here within the next 12 to 20 minutes right now. We would assume that a decent amount of the short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles currently available to the Islamic Republic of Iran may have been fired, and there's also the likelihood that they may have fired Fata 1 and Fata 2 hypersonic missiles at the state of Israel. These travel at a much faster rate, and generally from what we saw last time, they're incredibly slippery, and it was fairly difficult for the Israelis to be able to shoot them down. The only time we were able to confirm that those hit a target inside of Israel was the oil refinery within the port of Haifa, which appeared to have been the only target that was directly hit by the hypersonic missiles that were fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is not a high likelihood that there are a large number of those that have been fired. The Iranians don't have a lot of them, nor do they have the machining and tooling capable of producing a large number of them, so we'll believe that most of these short-range ballistic missiles and intermediate-range ballistic missiles are of a conventional variety traveling at conventional speeds. So we'll be waiting to see those arriving within the normal time frame here at this point, about 9 minutes from now. We are also seeing, once again, to recap to everyone who is joining us right now, most top Iranian government officials, except for Ali Khamenei, appear to be dead at the moment. We have been able to confirm that the Chief Justice of Iran is dead. The Minister of Defense is dead. We believe that most Iranian parliamentary members are dead, as they were inside of the Iranian parliament building when it was hit. We've also been able to see that there are other significant government officials that have been killed. We have now been able to hear from the Iranian military that thousands of IRGC members and officials have already been killed outright in the first opening hour of these strikes. The United States is now conducting attacks on Bandar Abbas, Chabahar, multiple coastal towns, including Bushehr, including the city of Jam. We've also been able to hear of strikes inside of Isfahan, Tabriz, Qom, west of Iraq, Karamabad, Kermanshah, and also on transporter reactor launchers. And there's also Iranian missiles in the air right now.
So we're getting some news. The target of the attack that Iran has just launched with missiles is northern Israel. Tel Aviv is currently under a missile alert, and it looks like several areas as well in northern Israel are currently under a major red alert. We are getting a map of that right now. It's reposted, by the way, so if you want to show the folks exactly where it's currently under the alert, it's toward the northern part of the country. So we still don't know the amount of missiles that have been launched. We do not know that. That's still an unknown right now. But they're saying that people have about 10 minutes to get into the shelters before there's possible interceptions or impacts as of right now. So we are seeing that apparently mobile phones across northern Israel are lighting up with red alerts as we speak. So we will be seeing here exactly what type of missiles have been fired very shortly in just a little while.
We're going to be waiting to get those developments and that information at the moment. We do understand that, funnily enough, while I was talking about the flight of hypersonics hitting the Port of Haifa is now under an imminent drone or missile attack warning at the moment. We do understand that air raid sirens are sounding in the area. I have to say, folks, that I am seeing all of y'all talking about the live cameras showing the air raid sirens going off in Haifa. Sadly, due to copyright restrictions, we cannot show live cameras here on this show at the moment. So I thank y'all for telling us about that, but sadly, we cannot show the live cameras in real time at the moment on the stream. We do not have the licensing rights for that. But we can see that the air raid alerts have been sounded over this northern area of Israel, and it does appear that this is an imminent action which will be ongoing within minutes. Right now, we're about 7 minutes away from these missiles arriving within the Port of Haifa, or at the earliest, they could be about 5 or 4 minutes away from right now. We'll be waiting to see further information and developments on this right now. And of course, we do know that these missiles are most likely at this point somewhere within central or western Iraq and making their way towards Jordan. We'll expect that the U.S. and Jordanian air defenses will be working incredibly hard before they even reach the Israeli air defense perimeter, so a decent amount of these missiles and drones may be shot down before they even make it into Israeli airspace, meaning that we'll also be on standby and high alert to get footage out of Jordan, western Iraq, and Syria of possible air defense interception activities that may be conducted within these areas. I will also have to confirm for everyone right now that we are hearing that the second wave of attacks was conducted on Iran. We're still waiting for footage to come out on that at this moment, but that is generally a little bit older news than the news that we're getting right now, that Iranian missiles are quite truly on the way and are flying over into Israel at this moment right now. And so we are understanding that apparently Israel is warning mobile phone users that missile launches were detected. We're going to be putting that down on the map for all of y'all really quickly, that missile launches...
Also, while you put down the map right there, I'm currently seeing some more breaking news coming out. The Iranian state television has announced retaliation against Israel, which does line up with the current missile attack that is currently inbound to northern Israel as we speak. So it is underway, and we still don't know the extent of the retaliation. But right now, across Iranian TVs, whichever ones are still working that haven't been exploded by the bombs, is currently showing war songs that the Iranian government is playing across all their channels. And we're also hearing reports they've raised a flag of revenge in certain locations around the country. So the flag of revenge is in the sky for whatever that's worth. At this point, their revenge is looking a little bit weak. It looks like they've been a little bit feeble out here. So we'll have to see how this goes. But it looks like Israel is ready for this. They were prepared for it for a while, and they do obviously have the help of the U.S. Air Force, which will be in the area trying to shoot stuff down as well. But the only problem is, though, we don't know if they're hypersonics. If they're hypersonics, that could change the equation, but we don't know yet, so we'll have to wait and see.
So apparently they've raised the red flag of revenge, which at this point we're not really sure what the red is supposed to symbolize. Their anger or the amount of blood that's been spilled in the IRGC when they were completely caught lacking this morning. We don't really know which one the red's supposed to symbolize, but they are flying the red flag of revenge in multiple areas of the country, and we do believe that at the moment this is showing that the Iranians are finally mustering some sort of a counterattack or a response, which is now about an hour and 40 minutes into the 0 hour and really the beginning of the strikes that have happened at this moment. We are still waiting to see what volume of missiles the Iranians have fired. We have gotten confirmed reports that missiles were fired, but nobody's given us an indication as to how many have been fired at this moment right now.
Now, take this with a grain of salt right here. I mean, take this with a real grain of salt. I don't want people to take this at face value, but I do want to give you some rumors that I am hearing right now. There's one rumor, actually. It's a pretty big one. The only reason I'm saying the rumor is because if this is true, this is massive. We are hearing reports that allegedly 7 armed men in masks tried to enter the Haji Abad missile base in Hormozgan, but they reportedly failed. So I'm not sure if maybe this was an attempt at a ground raid by special forces or what the case is, but that's the big claim. So we'll have to see if maybe the U.S. is trying to do ground raids as well with special forces. We had wondered if they would do that, but we don't know for certain. So we'll have to wait and see with that. But also, by the way, we are being told by the IDF that sirens are being sounded in several areas across Israel, as apparently many missiles have been identified toward Israel. So currently the IDF is trying to intercept these threats before they even get to the airspace, but right now we don't know how many have been intercepted as of right now. So that is the breaking news.
And we are, of course, waiting for the arrival of Iranian missiles within Israeli airspace. We're highly likely getting footage of that here literally within minutes. The Iranian missiles at the earliest should be making their way into Israeli airspace in about 3 minutes. So we are still waiting at the moment for that right now, unless if the warning was issued literally instantaneously. If that was the case, then this may still be a little whiles away, maybe 10 minutes or so. So we were currently waiting on that. But I can say, Matthew, just as a little bit of an aside here for a moment, our analysis, at least as far as how these strikes would go, was generally dead on the nail leading up to this. It appears that they're going after the Iranian government within the provinces, the central Iranian government inside of Iran, and also trying to wipe out their navy and air defenses from the very get-go. That's quite literally the analysis that I laid out specifically on the show leading up in the days to these strikes to happen right now.
Yeah, it appears so. It appears that shock and awe was the strategy that's being used, and like I mentioned before, it seems like it's working pretty well. Like shock and awe has definitely shocked the hell out of the Iranian government. They're barely able to function. I'm not even sure if they've met yet. Like it's unclear if they've even gotten into a consolidated spot to talk to each other, and communications are down generally. So it's not really clear if they're even in communication with one another right now. That's not very clear. This could be an autonomous response by the IRGC simply acting on their own accord. It could be that case. We simply don't know. But we are hearing, apparently, we're getting word that apparently the president of Iran is actually still alive, along with Khamenei. So two of the top officials of Iran are still living. They are not deceased. So that appears to be confirmed at this point, that those two are likely alive. And we don't know where they're at, obviously, and I'm sure that nobody knows where they're at except for a handful of people. But they may be thinking about fleeing the country. We don't know that yet. And also, we have not gotten word about the Russians in Bandar Abbas either. But it appears to be right now, they are currently really hammering the area of the coast in Iran. Also, by the way, Forrester, when you get done showing this piece of news right here, could you show us flight radar and see if that U.S. drone is still circling around the coast? Because I think it might still be there. It might have showed back up.
Yes, also, by the way, Matthew, I wanted to address because you said it's kind of crazy that they haven't all gotten in a central gathering place. Remember, Matthew, they were in a central gathering place right when the missiles hit. So, I mean, where in the world is the Iranian
command?
Do that? I don't even know. I mean, that was absolutely stupid, telling everyone, let's all gather in the Parliament building all night on lockdown and see if we can all get blown up in the morning. I mean, that was absolutely stupid. I mean, like...
Do you think that somebody set them up? Like, I mean, seriously, this is this bad that I wonder if someone set them up. Like, did somebody in the Iranian government not like Khamenei and set these guys up and make them believe that this was a safe place to be? Because obviously it was not a safe place to be. It got hit with missiles. We don't know the extent of the damage or the deaths that happened in this location. It could be that maybe someone did that intentionally. Because that's so stupid. It almost seems like somebody did that intentionally.
I mean, that was absolutely insane, saying, hey, everyone, we're about to go to war, and we think we're going to war at any minute. So let's gather all of the government officials with no designated survivor or anything into one government building, and let's see if everyone can get killed tonight. And then it happened. I mean, like, they got hit in the middle of being in the building. So, I mean, the Mossad guys are currently, like, they're, like, combing through the debris right now, and they're trying to see how many of them are in there. But it's got to be a lot of them. I mean, it's got to be most, if not all of them. We understand that basically the whole parliament was there.
Right now, we are hearing sirens going off in Amman, Jordan. We're not sure if this is because Jordan's being targeted directly, or maybe it's just because the missiles are passing through their airspace. We're not sure why, but the sirens are going off. It could be as well. Also, we did hear the IDF, the Air Force, that is, of Israel, is currently trying to shoot down these missiles. I would assume that they're trying to shoot them down over Jordan. That's usually where they shoot them down. Unfortunately, Jordan kind of gets caught in the middle of it. They're kind of like, they're caught in the middle of a bad situation. It's kind of like an abusive situation here. They're trying to basically survive while everybody's fighting above their heads. So that's what's happening right now. Also, apparently, if this is true, Israeli sources are saying that only 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. I'm not sure if I buy that, to be honest. That would be such a weak response. I'm not sure if Iran's even functioning at that point. They're saying only 2 were launched, but I'm waiting on more corroboration of that.
Also, by the way, we can't confirm that the MQ-4 that you're talking about, it's on a predictive flight path, but based off of where it is right now, it appears to be coordinating fire and basically operating as a tactical air controller for the area around Chabahar, which is suggesting that there's probably a decent amount of direct overhead air activity at Chabahar, and it's also trying to basically be kind of like a battery commander, if we want to call it that, and basically guiding in the fire on live targets. So that's what it appears that the Trident is doing right now, that's orbiting off the coast of Iran near Chabahar. And also, by the way, I gotta say, whoever is the government official that's on board the C-40 Clipper right now, best of luck. They're currently in the air over Saudi Arabia somewhere. Mostly their transponder just came back on, and they're kind of skirting around the southern end of Jordan and Israel in the midst of the ongoing war that's happening. So big kudos. Whoever's on that plane's got some balls, because they're literally on basically just a 747 with some minimal countermeasures, and they're flying through basically what's now an active war zone right now. So big kudos to them.
Yeah, honestly, I would say. Also, by the way, Iran is trying to tell people that they have the situation completely under control. They currently have the police out in the streets, according to reports, telling people there's no reason for concern, there's no reason for worry. Everything that they're seeing, don't believe it. It's just simply propaganda, and Iran is totally fine. Everything's under control, and nothing that you're seeing on the internet is true. That's what they're telling people. So they are deluded as hell. They're currently in cope mode right now, trying to cope with the situation. So that's what the Iranians are saying in the street. We're also hearing as well that apparently Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm hearing that during the attack on Bushehr, Iran, it's unclear whether or not the Bushehr nuclear power plant was damaged. I'm not sure if maybe they're saying that out of an abundance of caution, but that is interesting. Of course, that is a very hot spot of that area. It's known that the nuclear power plant is there. They're not sure if it's been hit. That's what the Iranian sources are saying. They're not sure if it's been hit or damaged in any way whatsoever. So the nuclear power plant situation is not really ascertained as of right now. We don't know what has happened to the nuclear power plant. So we'll have to hold off on that one. But Enforcer, what say you?
We also don't know about the Russians there because from what we know, none of the Russian scientists and construction workers were evacuated from Bushehr prior to this. The Ministry of Emergency Situations, IL-76s, didn't even go to Bushehr. They actually went to the UAE, apparently to evacuate some sort of staff from the UAE, but they never went to Bushehr to evacuate the scientists and staff that they had down at Bushehr. So there is a possibility that there may be Russian collateral in these strikes right now because we know that Bandar Abbas is being attacked, which currently a Russian corvette is there at the moment. And there also is a possibility that some Russian construction workers and scientists might get killed or wounded in Bushehr in the midst of the strikes, especially if any of them were close to the nuclear power plant area. We believe that would generally be unlikely because the Bushehr nuclear power plant, if hit, would melt down. There is at least one reactor that is operational at that plant, and that would be an absolutely horrendous situation as it would generally poison the water in the Persian Gulf, and most countries like Qatar and Bahrain use desalination plants for their water, meaning that it basically poisoned their water supply. So that would be highly unlikely, but we'll see. We also have more breaking news coming out at this moment of air defense activity in northern Israel, and we're going to be getting to that really quickly. A big thanks to Matthew for posting this, and we were able to see the puff of an Iron Dome in that area, and also a couple others. On the money, the Iranian missiles did arrive. It appears that air defense was largely successful.
They're saying that over 20 ballistics have been fired. That's what the reports are right now. I wasn't really believing the whole story about only 2 of them being fired. That didn't sound accurate. We're apparently hearing that it was about 20 to 30 were fired reportedly, but we're still waiting to see if that's actually the real number or not. But I doubt it was only 2. Like 2 sounds completely unrealistic. That's being reported by Israeli media, so I'm not so sure about that. We'll have to hold off. I think it's a lot larger than that. That would seem to make more sense because Iran, even though they got caught off guard, they did have a plan in place to respond. They're just simply trying to get their bearings about them. So I think it's more.
You know, that whole doomsday thing that they were talking about earlier today hasn't really panned out yet, though.
Yeah, where's the proxies at, by the way? The proxies aren't even being heard from. We don't even know what's going on with them. Lebanon's quiet. Yemen's quiet. We haven't heard anything. They must be sleeping. Or if they're sleeping in the middle of the day because over there it's daylight. So they're wide awake. They're seeing this. I guess they're hiding under the couch or something. I don't know what they're doing, but they're not being heard at all.
Yeah, they're not really being heard. I think that they're all taken by surprise. I'll be entirely honest with you. I think everyone's on high alert like we are towards the nighttime hours in that region instead of the daylight hours. And I got to say, folks, that is quite shocking. One thing I will say, though, and we got this down on the money as well, Matthew. They started it on a weekend after the stock market closed. We did get that down on the nail. But we didn't get it down on the nail, folks, that it was going to happen in broad daylight over there. That's actually something that was a bit of the wild card, I guess, in this equation. So they did make sure not to drop the Dow because the Dow is at 50,000 points, which absolves every one of their sins and crimes. But we do also understand that while they did not want to affect the stock market, they also wanted to make it a little bit unpredictable. So they went with midday strikes, or more so morning strikes, instead of nighttime strikes like would generally be expected from the last attacks that the Israelis and the United States conducted on Iran. So pretty wild with that. So we can generally get the precedent now, folks, that every single military operation by the current administration, because we now have 3 to work with, all 3 of them happen on weekends when the stock market's closed. So if any other war happens in the future, it's going to happen on the weekend.
So we are hearing that Israel's continuing to intercept missiles over their airspace and also outside their airspace over Jordan. We're also hearing that the U.S. and Israel has launched another barrage at Iran. Red alerts are being put out right now. We're seeing an Israeli or a U.S. warplane being spotted over Daraa, Syria, right now, heading toward Iran, actually. So it's on the way to the war zone. We're not sure. I can't really make out which one this is, by the way. It's very small on the screen, so you have to take a look at it. But Tehran is once again getting hit with more strikes. They're getting blasted with missiles. It's believed to be Tomahawks and also other ones as well. They're getting hit pretty hard.
And we're going to take a look at this footage, folks, that we just got of a warplane spotted over Daraa. Let's take a look. It looks like it might have been an F-16. That could be Israeli or American, by the way. I have to make that clear. I see him trying to clean the lens. And it is... Oh my god, look at that. I mean, this is... Oh my lord. Let's count them. Let's count them, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn.
That's a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, it is getting serious. Like, okay, so Iran has finally got their bearings. Like, it's clear at this point they got their bearings. Israel is launching more missiles. Iran has launched another, presumably larger barrage of missiles at Israel. So right now, the airspace between those two countries is filled with munitions. There are munitions everywhere. And Enforcer, check flight radar real quick. What is the commercial situation right now? Because that airspace is, okay, thank God for that, because that airspace is full of mines. And when I say mines, I mean missiles flying through that airspace right now. It is full of it. And also, fighter jets are all over the place. Like, the whole airspace is a mess. It's a war zone across the entire area right now. So apparently Iran is getting started with their whole retaliation. So we're about to see, it's getting into the heat of battle at this point between the two. There's actually a tit for tat going on, and it appears to be that it's getting wild.
And it appears that at the moment, we're having some artifacts popping up on the map, but this fly-to-by flight is not over Tehran right now. I have to make that clear. It's some sort of a spoof or a transponder glitch from the ADS-B transponder. It is over Jordan at the moment and is apparently flying south right now. It's one of the few aircraft that is up. The rest of them are basically flying everywhere away from where the war zone is right now. Iraq and Iran have been completely cleared out. We don't see any takeoffs or landings happening in Kuwait. So this appears to be generally missile alley right now, and we're hearing that the Iranians are firing more missiles, and the Israeli Air Force or the U.S. Air Force is currently flying out a large formation, which we can see right here, that is heading directly towards Iran. So let's take a look at the continuation of this clip before we get into the rest of our news. See the aircraft continuing to fly into the distance, generally flying subsonic, which is standard. So we are going to continue to wait and watch what happens with those aircraft.
So also, by the way, we are hearing that the U.S. is now calling this Operation Epic Fury, which is a little bit different than what the Israelis are calling it. So this is apparently being deemed Epic Fury by the United States. We're also hearing rocket sirens are being sounded in Tel Aviv, which is a major city, obviously, inside of Israel. And we're being told that one missile fired at central Israel has been intercepted, but that's only one missile. We're apparently being told it's a lot more than one. So we'll have to wait and see, but we are hearing the sirens coming out of Tel Aviv.
These are the missile sirens from Tel Aviv, mind you all. And that's the end of that clip, but largely gives us an idea that there are air raid sirens ongoing over Tel Aviv at the moment, suggesting that the city is under attack. We have been able to hear that apparently there may have been an impact in Tel Aviv already. We're trying to ascertain further information on that and see if we can get some video or picture evidence of the incident, if it did happen. I also have seen a lot of people asking and begging for a recap at the moment, and I will give you all a recap of the major elements that we've seen over the past 2 hours. 2 hours ago, at this very moment right now, 2 hours ago, U.S. and Israeli Air Forces, naval forces, and maybe even some ground forces, we're not sure on that, conducted a air attack, generally with air-launched and ground-launched cruise missiles and ballistic missiles against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So far, we have seen that they're attempting to decapitate most, if not all, government apparatus. We have seen that the Iranian parliament was hit with multiple hundreds of Iranian parliament members inside. We assume that a lot of them have been killed or wounded. We also know the Khamenei is apparently a large. Thousands of IRGC officials and I guess you could say soldiers have already been killed within the first opening minutes of the strikes. We have also been able to see that the Israelis and the United States are continuing multiple waves of strikes. We're now hearing that the Iranians have counterattacked and have fired a missile barrage at the state of Israel. Currently, that is within their air defense perimeter, and they are attempting to shoot that down. And we've also been able to hear that the United States is conducting actions against the Iranian Navy along their coastline, attempting to destroy them before they can lay a minefield. The President of the United States has announced that they are looking for regime change in Iran, and that the Islamic Republic of Iran should lay down its arms and give up, otherwise they will face certain death. And we've also been able to see that the Iranian opposition leader has stated that it is time for the Iranian people to rise up and try and overthrow the government. So we are currently hearing all of these statements and all of that action happening within the last 2 hours. War has begun with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and at midnight, nonetheless. We have more news.
So we got more news. We're hearing sirens going off in Haifa right now. We're seeing the sirens going off there. We're getting appears to be maybe a bystander taking a video here. So it is confirmed they are sounding the sirens there, which of course is northern Israel. We're also seeing a video here showing air defense interceptors being launched across northern Israel. I have not been able to confirm any impacts on the ground in Israel. I see some people saying that there's an impact in Tel Aviv. It could be. We simply haven't gotten confirmation of it yet. So I see multiple people saying Tel Aviv was hit. So there appears to be most likely some type of minor hit in Tel Aviv, but we just don't have the footage or the confirmation yet. So we'll have to wait and see if we get it.
And here's the footage, the short footage of the air raid sirens in Haifa.
Oh. Oh, so I just got the video of the impact. There has been an impact in Israel. I think this is Tel Aviv. I think. Let's see here. So possibly Tel Aviv, maybe Jerusalem. I'm not really sure here, but this is apparently allegedly an impact. Now, does this look like Israel or is this not?
This is Israel. This is highly likely Tel Aviv as well.
Okay, good deal.
So we can get a video here of smoke rising from an impact, which does confirm that one Iranian missile did make it through the air parameter and has hit Tel Aviv inside of Israel already. So that is a fairly interesting development to say the least, and it already does appear that at least one Iranian missile did make it through the Israeli air defense perimeter. I got to be entirely honest with y'all, that's kind of a little shocking. I mean, that happened immediately. So, you know, and there's a possibility the Israelis might start getting slammed, you know, but that's for the Israelis to figure out. I mean, you know, the United States generally has its own priorities right now within the region, which is continuing to obliterate the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So apparently that does appear to be Tel Aviv. I have a zoomed out view of it, by the way. That's apparently what it looks like from a live camera right there. So what we saw on the ground was apparently that same strike. I believe it was the same strike. So I think that's a different view of it.
And so it does appear that we can confirm a direct hit inside of Tel Aviv from an Iranian missile. It appears that the smoke that's billowing from the site is thick black, suggesting that there's no munitions to have caught on fire within that area. And we will be, of course, watching further developments as we do hear that more Iranian missiles are already on the way, and we may see that more of them make it through the air defense perimeter, hitting targets in Haifa and Tel Aviv. So at the moment, we're still waiting for additional information on that. We also can tell you all that while we're not getting a lot of footage of this, there is a simultaneous attack happening right now on Iranian naval forces within Bandar Abbas, Chabahar, and also other facilities along the Iranian coastline by the United States Navy and Air Force. We're still waiting for further developments and news coming out of Iran on those situations, but considering that the internet's basically dropping off a cliff right now in that country, it might be fairly difficult for us to get any further information on what exactly is going on down there. We also have been able to hear from some people that missiles have been launched from Yemen. We are currently tracking that story right now. They may be entering the air defense parameter here incredibly soon, as it does appear that the Yemeni Houthis have now apparently launched missiles at the state of Israel. We haven't been able to get much more than a statement on that right now. We're still waiting to get any further confirmation by the Israelis and air raid warnings within southern Israel, which would clearly tell us that they are on the way. If the Yemenis are attempting to attack anything, it could be a wide variety of targets. The Yemenis do have ballistic missiles and generally have proven to target a wide variety of cities and military installations throughout the country, so these missiles could be going anywhere at the moment into Israel. Apparently some people are stating that Jerusalem has now been hit. We're still trying to get further information on that right now, and let me see if I can try and help Matthew out here with the news sleuthing process, because we want to make sure to get some...
So I'm currently looking for it, by the way, but if you jump on there too, it's going to pulse all of it out. Like I'm not going to be able to see it, but let's see here. So we're currently seeing right now that apparently more missiles are on their way to Israel, but I don't see anything about Yemen yet. We might be just lagging behind a little bit on that information, but I've not seen Yemen. Holy moly. So, oh my God, I don't know what in the world has been used on Tehran, but this was some damage. There's a crater in the middle of Tehran. Also, you can't show this whole video, by the way, Andrew, but you can show a picture out of it, by the way. I just reposted it right now. I don't know what the hell caused damage like this. This is a hell of a munition that caused this. I mean, look at that.
And then also here's the other clip as well. Let me see if I can show you when he pans up here. Right here. This is the surrounding area. That is the size of the crater. We do not know what caused that. It's pretty wild right there, you know. I mean, like, that is quite an explosion, to say the least. So, Tomahawk maybe. That's what I would assume. I would assume it's probably a Tomahawk, but I mean, this thing quite truly created a crater. I mean, usually a Tomahawk, you know, it would hit a building, it would level it. You wouldn't see a crater like that. I don't know what caused that. But quite a large explosive was used here, that's without a doubt. We also have some further information that there was an air defense facility near Elam, which does mean that air defenses are being targeted and suppression of enemy air defense operations are ongoing at the moment. And we've also been able to see proof, at least in this form, that an unexploded warhead from a Tomahawk cruise missile was found in Kirkuk, Iraq this morning, suggesting that there was a dud that landed short near Kirkuk in Iraq. This also suggests to us that our analysis, I gotta say, I mean, you know, ring the bell, we got this correct. Our analysis that there were Tomahawks being fired by the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group against Iran were correct, as they did fly over Kirkuk, Iran, which is basically in a direct line of flight from where the Carrier Strike Group is currently towards Iran, and apparently we had a confirmed dud. We were able to see the warhead on the ground now, it never armed, and so we can now confirm, as a result of that, that the Gerald R. Ford did fire Tomahawk cruise missiles at Tehran earlier on, or other targets within Iran. So fairly interesting to see. Rip to that Tomahawk. It never made it to Iran, but its memory will live on in the form of this shiny stainless steel warhead.
Also, by the way, we're currently seeing a video here allegedly showing U.S. jets flying over Erbil, Iraq towards Iran. So apparently we have a view of U.S. jets heading that way, apparently in this video.
And let me go get that really quickly. Let me go Put that up here. U.S. jets over Erbil. And we'll be putting that down right here.
Also, by the way, let's see here. Also, while I'm stalling here, I'm trying to make Twitter work. I guess. Also, by the way, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button while I'm trying to make this thing work right here. Okay, so I've got the breaking news. An Israeli Navy submarine is fleeing port as fast as it can in Haifa right now. I was trying to get confirmation of this where I said it. It looks like I have visual confirmation. A submarine is literally hauling ass out of port. Like that thing's got a weight behind it. This Israeli Navy submarine is hauling ass. So I'll be honest, I'm not really fully aware of what submarines Israel even has, to be perfectly honest, but there was something. That thing looks like a speedboat leaving.
And let me go pull up the Israeli Navy. It's a German sub, I believe, but I would have to find the exact class because I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. But let me go and get this for y'all really quickly because this thing is boot scooting and boogieing. I mean, like we can tell. I mean, look.
I've never seen a submarine do that. Man, I didn't know a submarine could create a wake like that.
I'll be straight up with you. I think they smacked an outboard on that thing to get a little bit of extra performance at this point. It looks to be, folks. It's either a Dolphin. Well, it is a Dolphin class. It's either a Dolphin or a Dolphin 2. We're not sure which, but it's one of these. Or it's one of these. We can very easily tell that by its silhouette right there. It is a Dolphin class submarine. But that thing is truly hauling. I mean, look at that wake right there. I mean, I had to slap maybe 4 or 5 outboards on this thing. So this thing is basically at this point kind of like a narco vessel down in the Caribbean because this thing is going. Let me go see if I can get you all a little bit of information on how fast one of these things could go. Oh, so this thing can actually kick it. I mean, this thing could go 30 miles an hour. So it is not slow at all. I mean, this thing is like going pontoon speeds out there.
So it's at top speed, I would imagine. That's 30 miles an hour you're looking at right there. That type of wake right there, that's booking it right there. Also, by the way, we do have some more breaking news coming out that apparently we've gotten a video of the explosions happening in eastern Tehran. I'm not sure if we can show that whole video, by the way. It does appear to have a watermark on it. We do also see some more footage of warplanes and missiles being spotted over Iraq. Right now, Jordan and Iraq are completely chaos over their airspace right now. And also, we just got the word right now that the Houthis down there in Yemen, the ones who always harass the Strait, is resuming attacks on shipping in the Red Sea corridor as of right now. They are going to start attacking anything they can spot within their vicinity. So, excuse me, that is what they're going to be doing right now down in Yemen that we're hearing about right this second. So, crazy events happening right now, still going crazy right now.
We actually have video footage right here, folks, of a U.S. or Israeli aircraft actually firing off air-based or air-launched cruise missiles at Iran in this clip right here. This just came out literally 2 minutes ago. We can hear the aircraft overhead, and we can actually see the shrieks of some of the missiles that had already been fired. And right there, we can actually see 2 missiles, air-based cruise missiles that have been fired by another aircraft that are now making their way into Iran. So we're going to put that down. So the aircraft that were spotted over Deraa, they apparently made it, and they're firing off their missiles at Iraq. Let's see, I'm sorry, not at Iraq, at Iran. Sorry, I'm thinking this is 2003 all over again. Whoopsie daisy. But let me go ahead and get all these clips here because we've got a lot of them coming out. Also, by the way, here's the U.S. jets over Erbil. Let me go ahead and, oh yeah, we already got that down. Let me go ahead and show you all that clip because we didn't get to show that to y'all yet. We see cars driving down the highway. Here in a moment, the cameraman's about to show us one of the aircraft. There he is. There's a couple of them actually flying at near Mach speeds. Look at them go.
Damn.
Those appear to be air interdiction flights. We would believe they're probably escorting or providing cover to the aircraft at higher altitude that are firing off the air-based cruise missiles or ballistic missiles, either way. So those aircraft were currently airborne over the area. And also, I believe there's one last clip here. Actually, here's clips, folks, of the air defense firing over western Tehran. We can confirm that there is air defense. We do not know what type, so y'all are going to be listening to this the first time along with us, and we're going to be figuring out what they're firing. It sounds like gun-based air defense. They're screwed. That's not going to do anything. Like, they're literally blind firing into the sky in broad daylight now. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So they're going to absolutely get shellacked right here. There's no question about that. It appears that the missile-based air defense systems have once again failed Iran. Either they don't know how to use them, or their systems actually do not work for some reason, or their radars are not sensitive enough to be able to pick up air targets, because we do not hear any launches of any missile-based air defense systems within the area. It sounds as though it's another gush gun barrage up into the skies, and then they pray that it hits something somewhere, and they're probably just shooting down a whole bunch of birds within the local area. That's what we would assume. We also are hearing that the Jordanian Air Force is going up at the moment, so I'll put that up. Let's see. Jordanian Air Force is scrambling. This is showing us the usual sort of coalition air defense activities that usually go on within the area. Jordanian Air Force scrambles. Let me put that down. There we go, and put that right there. So it does appear that there's normal air defense coalition activities. The Jordanians always get involved in helping to shoot down Iranian drones and missiles that are fired at Israel. That's fairly routine.
Also, by the way, I do have a picture to show y'all. We do have a picture of a U.S. Navy Tomahawk cruise missile in flight over the Tehran, actually. This is over Tehran that you're looking at right here. That's one of the Tomahawks flying in to go to a target. So, rare photo, by the way. We actually see the thing in flight.
And let's put that down. What a neat little picture. The tomahawk over Tehran. Man, I think our feelings towards the tomahawks over Tehran is much different than the Iranian politicians at this point. I think they have another feeling, which is we're all fear. But we'll see. If any of them are around, we'll ask them. But anyways, beyond that, it does appear that there are still massive strikes going on inside of Iran. The Iranians have tried to respond, but it looks like a lot of
we got breaking news, y'all. Breaking news. We have live coverage of positive hits in Israel. Bring it over to the screen real quick. So we have positive hits in Haspanar, Israel. Right now, this is live coverage. We have 1, 2, 3 hits. Confirmed 3 hits so far on Israel. And I'm sure several more. Before we actually move on, make sure y'all drop a follow, subscription, and make sure y'all hit that bell button so y'all don't miss out on anything. But this is breaking news.
of the incoming missiles are most likely being intercepted right now. We'll have to see how that's going here in a little bit. We did see that one missile did hit Tel Aviv, which appears to have already made it through the air defense, but more are coming in right now. We don't know how many of those are going to be making it through the air defense at this moment. So we're keeping a sharp eye on that, and we'll make sure to report to y'all. We also hear people screaming in the streets. But confirming that while one missile did make it through in Haifa, it appears that several others have been intercepted at that point. We also were able to note that at this moment in time, it appears that most of Jordanian, Israeli, Syrian, Lebanese, Iraqi, Kuwaiti, and also Iranian airspace is completely devoid of any flights with ADS-B transponders that are on or aircraft that are in the air. It appears that this one last aircraft, Red Sea Airlines, is one of the few that is attempting to ford the area where missiles are currently flying through the sky right now, and it is currently at an altitude of around 38,000 feet, which could put it in the middle of missile fire right now. Hopefully they'll be safe. We have also been able to see the Kuwait's aircraft and flights are generally incredibly small at the moment, and we have also been able to see that a Kuwait Airways aircraft is trying to land at Kuwait City right now, along with a couple of other aircraft. This one appears to have taken off and then immediately diverted back to Kuwait City International Airport. And we can also see this one aircraft that did take off from Kuwait City, but is also going to be diverting back to Kuwait and landing at the airport.
Major news right now. Iran has officially started to attack partner states. We saw Bahrain was the first to get hit by the Iranian missiles. Qatar is next. The UAE is also on the table. So right now, the sirens and shelter-in-place alerts are going off. There's an imminent missile attack, allegedly going for the UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar. So it sounds like Iran is, this could be perhaps the first implementation of possibly the quote-unquote, really dramatic-sounding doomsday order that Iran was talking about. This could be it. They were saying they were going to launch missiles at everybody, and also drones too. We're hearing about drones also being launched as well in the midst of these missile attacks. They're launching that as well. So it looks like they're starting to expand it quite a bit. And now the partner states are getting hit as well. Like I said, though, when it comes to U.S. assets, it's not that I don't care about Bahrain or Qatar or anything like that. But when it comes to U.S. assets, though, they have left the area. So they are not at risk. They are out of there. They're open sea right now with the U.S. Navy. So right now, it's simply a matter of civilian casualties, perhaps, that could be taking place inside these places. So that's a big one. That's a big one right now. We could be seeing those three countries also getting involved, perhaps, in counterattacking Iran, perhaps very soon.
We also do understand that the United Arab Emirates is a well-equipped nation in terms of air defense. They do have 12 MIM-104 Patriot air defense batteries, 343 MIM-23 Hawk air defense systems, 12 KM-SAMs, which are currently on order, not available. They have 50 Pantsir S-1s. Might as well just completely count those out. And then they also have 2 THAAD batteries. So we do know that the UAE will generally do pretty well, at least in the air defense scenario. I cannot speak for the Bahrainians. We do know that the Qataris do have Patriots. Let me go check the Bahrain, let's see, the Bahrain Army equipment, and let me see what we know is publicly available for the Royal Bahraini Army. Let's see here, we are looking for air defense. They have 1 Patriot air defense battery. They have 14 to 16, they have 14 to 16 Stingers. That's it. And then they have some Crotals, which are pretty decent from France. They have some RBS-70s, a couple of Hawks, some Avengers. Generally, the one country that would end up kind of getting a little shorted here is going to be Bahrain. It's not a large area. They don't have to defend much. It's literally one island. But at the same time, that is not a good air defense force to have. The Qataris are quite well equipped. The UAE is very well equipped. The Saudis are well equipped. The Saudis also have a large air force to go with it for air defense purposes. So everyone should be fine. It's just the Bahrainians, though, are the ones that are a bit of the trouble child right now. It doesn't really seem to have great air defenses.
Also, by the way, we are hearing that explosions have expanded in Bahrain. Now, Manama, Bahrain, is currently under attack. We're seeing a massive plume of smoke happening in Manama, that is, inside of Bahrain right now. So it looks like Bahrain is getting the brunt of the attack. For the first round of attacks by Iran on partner states, Bahrain is the first of the ones to get hit. So they're getting hit pretty good right now. Also, by the way, we are hearing that Iran is in a near total internet blackout as of right this minute. So the internet is basically completely out. This is very similar to what we saw during the massacres that the Ayatollah's regime conducted during the protests. Very similar to that. So that could be why they're shutting the internet down. I would put money on that the Iranians are the ones shutting down the internet. I think that's probably what's happening here. There's probably natural blackouts happening because of the attacks, but I think they're also adding to it by shutting down whatever they have control of at the moment. Also, by the way, Iran has stated that they have begun their official retaliation. We've already seen the missile attacks on Israel, by the way. They've named their retaliation, get this, very original, True Promise 4, which is a sequel or a double sequel, triple sequel to the last ones they did that was called True Promise. It wasn't very much of a promise last time. It ended up being a failure. So we'll have to see if it is this time. But Enforcer, we also have a little video here. I think you're on it right now. Parshin getting hit that we have right here.
Yes, we actually have the Parshin Missile and Nuclear Development Facility also getting hit as well in this clip. They seem happy with it. I mean, hell, they're clapping it. Honestly, it seems like they're pretty happy with the results. But that doesn't appear
That's what I've noticed. That's what I've noticed across a lot of Iranian footage, by the way. There was also some women that took a picture, or not a picture, but a video of the hits on the presidential palace as well. They were also very giddy, like you're hearing in this video right here. It seems like a lot of people filming, and I would imagine these are people that might have Starlink possibly, so they might be anti-Khamenei anyway. But they all appear to be very happy about what's happening. They're not very upset.
Yeah, I mean, they're elated. I mean, they're literally applauding while they're watching the military base a couple of miles away getting obliterated. I mean, hell, folks, I mean, for a lot of people who are saying this shouldn't happen and this is wrong, I mean, you got to put yourself in the Iranian shoes. They just watched their own people get gunned down in the streets in every city about a month ago, and now they're watching these people get theirs in the Islamic government. I mean, that's you got to put it from their perspective. They can't be unhappy with this. A lot of them are very happy about this because they're seeing that the tyrannical regime that they live under might be coming to an end here soon, which is great to see. I mean, truly it is. It's also good to see that these people are very happy about it down there on the ground in Iran. I'd hate to know that they were terrified about what was going on. But it does appear that this is being called True Promise 4. We all know that they promised the last time that they were really going to get us, and they didn't. So we are now hearing it's been announced True Promise 4. The Return of the Mullah. And we'll be.
Okay. So we finally got a geolocation of what the Iranians are trying to hit in Bahrain. So it is the U.S. Navy's Naval Support Activity Center, the NSA, not the National Security Agency, but the Naval Support Activity Area in Bahrain, and that was what was struck. So we do have a video of that, by the way. It just came out. Also, but unfortunately, by the way, there is footage from Bahrain that I've reposted, but be cautious about that. I'm not sure we can show the whole thing, but you can show an image from it at least.
Got you. We'll keep that in mind. Is this the clip right here that we can show?
Yeah, you can generally show this one with commentary.
All right, and so we can see here the smoke rising from the Naval Air Station in Bahrain after it had been hit. It appears to have suffered some damage. We're not entirely sure what the damage assessment will be, but all U.S. personnel have been evacuated from this facility. Most likely, highly likely, nobody was wounded or killed in that strike. We were also able to see that there were missiles, Iranian missiles in the sky over Basra as well. I'll be putting that down here. Missiles over Basra. We get that for all of you here, folks. Let me make sure to put that down on our map so that way we can keep track of all
that. Is fascinating. That is fascinating that Iran chose to hit the U.S. Navy logistics facility in Bahrain despite the U.S. Navy evacuating that facility already. They must be trying to prepare for the prolonged conflict by hitting that, assuming that maybe the U.S. Navy might plan to return there after maybe a week. They're probably hitting it preemptively, knowing that's going to be a prolonged conflict because none of the U.S. Navy vessels are there. They're not hitting active targets. They're doing preemptive work against taking out the logistics facility. So it turns out it was very wise for the U.S. to get those ships out of there because that was one place they're going to hit right off the bat.
I told you. Like I told everyone. I mean, I gotta say, I gotta toot my whistle there. I said they gotta evacuate that facility. It's like shooting fish in a barrel if they don't. And it appears that it generally is. The reason why they're hitting this, though, by the way, Matthew, is that this is actually 5th Fleet's headquarters, along with it being a naval support facility.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we can actually see the missiles over Basra here. We're not going to show that whole clip. And we also were able to see some more footage from Bahrain, but we won't be showing that clip. But still, it does appear that at least at the moment, we can confirm that the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters, which had already been pre-evacuated, appears to have been directly hit by an Iranian attack at the moment. We're hoping that there was no personnel there. And from what we would generally understand, there shouldn't have been any personnel there. We do understand that there are some minimal transport aircraft that the United States Air Force does have at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Hopefully they'll be able to get out of there all right, or at least they're sheltering in place at the moment, and if any impacts happen at Al Udeid, no one will be hit. So we are currently waiting for further information out of Qatar on the air defense situation there. We have heard that air raid sirens did sound, and right now we do understand that there has been at least one hit in Bahrain, actually 2 hits in Israel. And we haven't really been able to confirm any other Iranian hits elsewhere at the moment. So we're still waiting for further information on the air defense scenarios.
Also, get this, by the way. Go check out Flight Radar. We're currently seeing U.S. aircraft on ADS-B right now. We're seeing P-8 Poseidon is apparently heading to the war zone. Well, let's see here. Is that a P-8? Yeah, this is a P-8 Poseidon. Apparently sitting possibly, I'm not sure what it's doing. It's inside of Saudi Arabia right now. Also, we're seeing some Stratotankers in Israel as well that are on ADS-B. So we're seeing some actual ADS-B activity of some of the aircraft that are involved in the war.
Huh, that's very interesting. Look at that. And then we have a Saab 2000. That's probably an AWACS of the Saudis. Then we have the P-8 that's taken off. We also have Oh, the Strato tankers, they're operating near Israel right now. They're refueling all of the aircraft that we have up in the air right now that are a part of the air defense network for the Israelis. So we can generally confirm that at the moment. We can also see that the Clipper, that brave Clipper who faced the terrors of the world. Actually, I just realized, folks, y'all know where this thing came from? It came from Bahrain. That's probably the rest of everyone that was in 5th Fleet's top command at the headquarters that they got out on the Clipper, because it's a U.S. Navy Clipper. So highly likely, they got all of the staff out of the area, and the staff were flying through a war zone while their headquarters was just slammed by an Iranian missile just minutes ago. So very nice on that. I mean, that was right on the time, right on the dime, basically.
Indeed. And also, by the way, Qatar, Bahrain's having a hard time. Bahrain's getting hit pretty bad. Those are they're taking a lot of hits. Qatar, on the other hand, has activated their Patriot defense system, and they are shooting down Iranian missiles. They've currently intercepted at least one of the Iranian missiles that were fired in. There's not been any confirmed impacts inside of Qatar at the moment. So their air defense is working well. I'm not sure what's up with Bahrain. Not sure if maybe they're not as well equipped as Qatar, but they're having a much rougher time. Qatar is generally protecting their airspace for the most part. I think they learned from the last time they got hit that they probably wanted to play it safe. So that's happening right now.
Qatar's got fairly competent air defense systems. I'll actually pull those up for y'all really quickly. Let's see, the Qatari Army equipment. Let me go get that for all of y'all here really quickly, because they do have some very decent air defense equipment. So let me get y'all to that right here. Of course, we have to use Wikipedia as our quick reference source, but this is generally all the equipment that people would publicly know about. So if for air defense, they have Korkuts, which are self-propelled anti-aircraft guns from Turkey. They don't actually have any of those in the moment. They do have 6 LEAD blowpipes from the UK. Those are fairly decent. They have 24 Mistrals. All of these are basically manpads, and they have 12 Stingers. Then they also have no THAADs at the moment, but they do have 11 Patriot PAC-3 missile batteries. Whoa, like wildly competent. The PAC-3 is the most advanced version of the Patriot system. They also have 10 NASAM-2s. They have 8 Rapiers and 9 Rolands. So as far as air defense, as far as Qatar is concerned, it's only marginally larger than Bahrain, but it has about, say, 6 times the air defense and about 8 times the competency. So they are doing incredibly well for that reason. The Bahrainians, though, only have 1 Patriot battery working, and I think it's like a PAC-2 or a PAC-1, so it's one of the earlier variants, so it's not as advanced. That appears to be why they're having some trouble.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I am hearing, let's see here. So I'm seeing more footage come out of the U.S. base being hit in Bahrain. It looks like, for the most part, Iran fired short-range ballistics at Bahrain, of course, targeting the 5th Fleet headquarters. And we're hearing that Abu Dhabi is also intercepting missiles as well that we're hearing about right this second. So I'm reposting that information right here.
We've actually got news that Abu Dhabi is taking a hit.
Abu Dhabi's taking a hit.
It appears so. Let me make sure that I can get that here really quickly for everyone. Sorry, folks. Let me try and grab that really quickly.
Kuwait has taken a hit. Kuwait just took a hit as well. So Abu Dhabi took a hit. Kuwait took a hit. Bahrain took a hit. Qatar, obviously, as well. So it appears to be, right now, it looks like a lot of partner states are getting hit right this second right now. So I'm not really sure what the U.S. air defense is doing when it comes to helping those states out. I'm not sure if they're focused on Israel, but Iran's launching stuff at everybody. They're letting loose on everybody.
There's been an additional confirmed impact in Holon, Israel, as well. It appears that there's black smoke rising from an impact site in that area. But we're actually going to be getting all of our compiled footage here, and I'm going to be putting it down on the map first, and then we'll be showing that to y'all here in a second. If you want to follow this map that we have on air, if you're wondering where to get that, it is in the link in the description below. Just go down to the day 1465 Global War News map, day 1465. Click on that. You'll be able to get on this map and follow along as I post these markers in real time. Let me make sure to get this footage here. It does appear that there was air defense over Abu Dhabi. Let me make sure to put that down. Let's see. Air defense active.
Yeah, we're definitely hearing of a blast in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Obviously, most people know about Abu Dhabi because it's considered like the wealth capital of the UAE to a large degree. Lamborghinis in the streets, all kinds of stuff like that. They've currently taken a hit. Not really sure how bad of a hit they've taken, but it's apparently explosions. We're also hearing, according to eyewitnesses from CNN on the ground, they're also reporting that explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, and it looks like they're saying plural explosions. So it could be multiple hits. Also, more witnesses are saying they heard a loud bang in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, Abu Dhabi has definitely been hit. I'm not sure exactly where there has been hit. We haven't gotten the video of it yet, but we're seeing, it sounds like possibly a pretty bad hit.
And really quickly, make sure to put this down, folks. Damage in Bahrain. This is most of our clips that we have at the moment right now. Let me just make sure that we're not. Okay, let me get that one. Hold on, Israel. This is, I believe, in the northern part of the country. Let me make sure to check that, folks. I want to make sure that we get these markers as accurate as we can. This is in Tel Aviv, so let me actually put that in Tel Aviv. We can confirm second hit in Tel Aviv. Let me copy that link and put that down here. So that is here. Let me put that here. Hit in alone. And there we go. And now let me show you all the clips that we've just been able to find here recently of all the strikes and impacts and air defense activities that have been conducted throughout the wider area. So, starting off, We're going to be starting off with our news out of the area of Abu Dhabi. We can actually see the air defense was active over the UAE. However, it does appear that CNN reporters on the ground are confirming that multiple explosions have occurred within the area, giving us an idea that generally right now the air defense situation over the UAE is strenuous, and it appears that the UAE's air defenses have largely been caught off guard, possibly suggesting the U.S. didn't inform them of the imminent strikes against Iran. We have also been able to see further footage out of Bahrain, actually showing us the location of the strikes, which are well within the port facility and well towards the 5th Fleet's headquarters, which we can see in this clip right here, of the smoke rising from the area of the impact site as air raid sirens continue to sound. And we also see here other footage taken of the impact sites. We see someone talking as the smoke's rising nearby. The strike just having happened recently. We can also see smoke rising from the area across the port. Once again, this is well within the port facility near to the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters and naval support facility, or the naval station in Bahrain. We can see another missile flying, or we can actually hear air defense or an Iranian missile flying in, one or the other.
Also, by the way, I do want to say this. There is a video circulating, which appears to be a legitimate video. There was in Karaj, and unfortunately I can't repost the video because it does appear to have a watermark on it. There was a bright orb aircraft or object in the sky over Karaj right before these missiles started flying in. It's not a normal aircraft, let's just put it that way, and it's not a fake video. So some people are speculating that maybe this is like some type of U.S. technology perhaps is being deployed. Nobody's really sure, but it's a bright orb that was hovering over Karaj right before the explosion starting to happen, and we don't know exactly what this object is or who it belongs to or anything, but it was over Karaj, just confirmed. It's basically, I think we've seen this before, actually. I think we nicknamed it the Orb of Judgment last time we saw this.
Yes.
Some people say that they saw this over Venezuela as well, but this was apparently over Karaj before the missiles started flying in. So it's apparently not there now. It apparently left before the missiles started flying in, but it was over the city. You can show an image of it if you want to. I'm going to repost it. Just don't show the whole video, but you can show an image of the object in the sky. Nobody's really sure what this object even is, but it's apparently real.
Let's see here. There it is. It's the Orb of Judgment. It has returned. We actually talked about the Orb of Judgment during the 12-Day War. It actually appeared over Tehran back then. We were never able to confirm whether the Orb of Judgment showed up over Venezuela. Some people said that it did. But there it is. That's the Orb of Judgment right there. We are seeing it twice now over Tehran, both times during the war.
Some people are saying or speculating that maybe this is the discombobulator that the U.S. keeps talking about over and over. We have no idea, by the way. We're not even going to pretend like we know what this is. But this object here was over the skies, literally right beforehand. In fact, this was the first thing that the Iranians saw before the missiles started striking. They were filming this, and they were trying to figure out what this was. And then Tomahawks started flying in after this thing disappeared.
Yeah, that's a fairly interesting thing. The last time this thing showed up over Tehran, it was bright red. This time it's more of a whitish color.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, by the way, people asking, what is that? I generally don't have any idea. Like, being completely serious, I generally don't have any idea what this is. It's obviously some type of aircraft, I would assume. It does not appear to be the moon or the sun or anything like that. It appears to be something that's in the sky. So we'll have to figure out what this is later, possibly. But we've seen it before. We just don't know what it is.
Also, by the way, folks, I'd like to add in my own comments. The Orb of Judgment is like this benign thing. We don't know what the hell it is. It's shown up a lot of places. Usually whenever we're bombing someone. So whatever this thing is, it's beyond our knowledge. We have no clue what the hell the Orb of Judgment really is or what it does. But it generally shows up whenever we're bombing someone somewhere. I think last time it showed up when the Israelis were bombing the Iranians in Tehran, and it showed up as brighter red. This time it's more of a brighter white color. But it does appear to be some sort of an orb. So we are hearing about that thing again. It doesn't really impact U.S. military operations or allied military operations. Really doesn't affect anyone's military operations. So we guessed that the best shot we could take at it, maybe a reconnaissance craft of some sort. We really don't know, but we're trying to figure out more info on that as time passes. And it's the Orb of Judgment. What more can we say? I mean, what more do people need to know? It is just the Orb of Judgment. It is what it is. But moving on, we do have more news.
Breaking news. Explosions have been heard in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is under attack as we speak. Missiles have hit in Riyadh. We've also heard more missiles hit in Kuwait. We've also heard apparently more interceptions over the skies of the UAE near Abu Dhabi due to Iranian attacks. So no mistake about it. This is a massive retaliation against partner states in the region. Iran is attacking everybody. So if the region was wise, they would see this and realize that Iran must be destroyed. The government must be destroyed because they're literally attacking everybody. This state is imploding on itself and literally lashing out against everybody. This state is not aligned with anybody in the region apparently because they're attacking everybody.
Well, I gotta say, I gotta really thank the Iranians for that, because I think at this point it's going to turn everyone in the region who was kind of like indifferent to them hostile against them, because now they're getting attacked on their own sovereign territory. It's not even military bases from what we know. In some ways, like the U.S. doesn't really have anything in large numbers in the UAE at all. So if they're trying to attack anything in the UAE, it's most likely a UAE-based target, not an American one. So it is fairly clear that at this point the Iranians are going to turn everyone against them in the region. Which, I mean, at this point, folks, I mean, for people who sit here and say, oh, the Iranians are these poor, like the Islamic regime is this poor, innocent little group. I mean, how poor and innocent is someone if they start bombing people who weren't even involved in the fight? They're bombing everyone in the region right now. They've hit Kuwait, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Bahrain, they've tried to hit Qatar, they've hit the UAE, they're probably trying to hit Jordan right now, they've hit Israel. I mean, they've literally hit basically every single heavily aligned U.S. ally in the area. We even hear of air raid sirens going off in Oman. That's not even close to the current theater campaign that's going on right now. They're going out of the way to try and bomb them. So, what type of country is a sympathetic country that goes around trying to kill everyone once things start not going their way? I mean, it's not like they're just going up against the U.S. and Israel. They're really trying to kill everybody now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Also, Iran has just stated out of their own mouths. They said all U.S. bases and interests in the region are targets. So they've declared war on everybody in the region. They just officially did that. So also they've hit them already. So I mean, it's clear they've already declared war on these states. They're already hitting them. So they say it's limited to U.S. bases, but the problem is, though, unless these states are getting hit or cowardly or something of that nature, which it could be possibly, because we have seen in the past that generally some of these states will give deference to Iran and they'll sort of write it off as, oh, look, they were angry. They were trying to hit the Americans. We don't know if they're going to do that this time or not, but they've started launching stuff at everybody. And they've also announced that too.
And it certainly does appear that that is the case right now. We're still watching a heavy amount of air activity. I wish I could try and surmise it to all of y'all and tell y'all what exactly is happening, but, I'll be just completely frank with y'all. There's so much going on, it's hard to even tell you all what exactly is happening right now. There's missiles flying everywhere in every direction across the Middle East, towards Iran and out of Iran. So we're watching all of that go on right now live and trying to parse through the best we can. All I can tell you all right now, folks, is that there is literally, truly, endless amounts of missiles in the air right now. We don't even know how many are in the air right now. There's some in Saudi Arabia, some in Bahrain, some in Qatar, some in the UAE, some in Oman, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, Israel, and also Iran. And they're from everyone. Even not everyone. All the ones from our side are from the U.S. and Israel. All the ones from Iran are from Iran. But it is an absolute basket case right now that's going on over the area. Let's take a look at Flight Radar 24 and see what the commercial aviation picture is looking like in Saudi Arabia. It's starting to thin out. So they're clearing out the airspace in the whole area. And we can also see this just humongous, literally every single departing flight from Dubai has now been diverted in the same cardinal heading towards Saudi Arabia to go join the main air corridor through here and try and leave the area. Because now flying through the Persian Gulf is deemed, of course, unsafe. Literally, look at that, man. Whoever the ATC director is at Dubai International has literally vectored everyone in the same heading, in the same direction, just to get them out of the area as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it is something else, and apparently the missiles are still flying, according to what we know right now. So, jumping into a little bit of more breaking news we have right now, Bahrain has confirmed that the center of the U.S. Fifth Fleet was the subject of a missile attack. We've already confirmed that on camera, by the way. Also, now several blasts are being heard in Jordan. So, Jordan's also under attack as well. And when we say everybody's under attack, we literally mean everybody. Iran is attacking everything in the region. So, more explosions being reported in Saudi Arabia, by the way. That's what we're hearing as well. And we're hearing some more stuff here. Israel has largely gone quiet when it comes to what's being hit in Israel. I guess maybe they've intercepted most of this stuff. It looks like Iran might have shifted its focus to the partner states, at least for now. But Israel, I think Israel might still be under a red alert, if I'm not mistaken.
And it does certainly appear that Israel may highly likely be under a red alert. We are hearing that there are apparently blasts in Jordan now as well, meaning that Jordan has actually been directly targeted. The missiles weren't flying over, like we were assessing earlier, because we thought the Iranians weren't going to be hitting everyone. We thought that was just a bluff. They're actually hitting them. So apparently there's explosions in Jordan as well. So we are hearing of that at the moment, and we are going to be making sure to try and get video and picture evidence of that as soon as we possibly can, folks. And we're also hearing of further explosions throughout Saudi Arabia, but we don't know exactly where those are. We can confirm that at least one explosion was reported within Riyadh, but there are multiple other major cities throughout Saudi Arabia which could be targeted and attacked at any given moment right now by the Iranians. We do understand that missiles are airborne across the whole of the Middle East, basically targeting anywhere and everywhere inside of Iran and outside of Iran. So we'll see how all of that's going to be going as time continues to go on by. I see a lot of people talking about the situation. Also, Haifa has been hit. That was covered a little while ago, K-Double. And also, I see a lot of people are talking about the situation that's going on inside the Middle East and everything that's going on with it. I'd have to tell y'all, folks, this is absolutely crazy. As far as how this could have gone, this is about the most prolific sort of a conflict that we could have seen come out of this whole thing. We thought that if the U.S. and Israel hit Iran, while they were threatening to bomb bases in countries throughout the Middle East, they generally wouldn't do that because that would be wildly extreme, and that's basically roping everyone in to go bomb them. But apparently they are, so we'll probably see that everyone's bombing them by tomorrow evening, and we'll be, of course, live early tomorrow to cover that as early as we can be. And I also got to say that it's really panning out to be quite the conflict at this point. We do know the Iranians are generally on the back foot. I mean, they've lost most of the government at this point. We haven't heard of any other allied nation suffering that sort of a fate right now at the hands of the Iranians. So we are on the upper hand at the moment, but the situation is fairly strenuous, at least in the air defense scenario right now. There's a decent amount of hits.
Also, by the way, I hope you all appreciate this coverage, by the way, because we've been live on the air for hours. I mean, I think this might be the live, this is the longest we've ever been on air, I think, ever. And I've been working all day. I did a video earlier today. I am living and breathing this stuff. So is Andrew, too. So I hope you all appreciate this, by the way. Also, if you're new, subscribe to the channel as well. We cover this stuff all the time. I know it's a little bit strange to plug a subscribe in the middle of this whole situation, but we've been on the air for a long time. Just trying to take a breather here for a second while we jump into our next one. I'm going to be putting a poll up here in just a second to ask y'all where you think this whole situation is going to go, because I'm curious to see what y'all think about it. But we're getting no sleep, no sleep at all tonight. This thing's going crazy. I don't think I'd go to sleep if I wanted to at this point, because when this stuff happens like this, I just follow it like crazy. I can't go to sleep in the midst of this.
Actually, we've been alive. We've been alive or live, whichever way you want to put it. We just were born 6.5 hours ago, but we've been live 6.5 hours actually. Correction. So we've run 2 back-to-back 3.5 hour shows each at this point, nearly.
Yeah, that's insane. That's what you call burning the midnight oil here, honestly. And honestly, like it's good to be on the air and cover it, because otherwise I'd be like sitting at my desk or something like that covering it anyway to myself. But it's just better to have people to cover it too. But anyways, though, we're currently waiting for more breaking news. I'm currently making a poll about the whole situation to see what y'all think about it. But it's still ongoing. Right now, we're simply waiting for people to upload some footage about what's happening, because right now we're waiting for that. But it's still happening as we speak. So, Enforcer, I'm going to turn it back to you real quick. You might want to maybe look at Flight Radar, do a recap while I put up a poll.
Okay, folks, we're actually going to do a little recap here while the poll runs, because right now at the moment we're getting a little bit of a downtime in the midst of hell breaking out asunder across the whole of the middle of the east. So we're going to give a little bit of recap of everything that's gone over the past 3 hours. Actually, we'll give a recap of everything that's happened over the past 6.5 hours. Why the hell not? I mean, we can do what we want, so we'll do that. So to give you a little bit of a recap of what we had seen beforehand, the Gerald R. Ford had entered theater as of today. We also saw that earlier on in the middle of the show, we actually saw that I think it's the Tanker Airlift Command Center, based out of Indiana, actually gave notice to the airmen of the Air Force, specifically those in the Strategic Airlift, that they needed to minimize ground time and hurry it up. And we said that was probably preparing for strikes to happen this week, and we didn't know that it was literally going to happen within hours after that. But we saw that happen. We then saw that there were jets over the skies of Iraq. We hadn't seen them conduct strikes yet, but we had seen fires breaking out inside of Iran and, inside of Tehran and Qom. Then about 3 hours ago at this point, 3.5 actually, we then saw that the capital of Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, Tehran, was then hit by a large number of air-fired cruise missiles, and also ship-fired cruise missiles as well, in the form of the Tomahawks. These ended up wiping out most of the government officials within Tehran, or at least most of them as they could, within the first opening minutes of the conflict, and then we were able to hear not long after that thousands of IRGC officers and officials had also been killed within the opening minutes by the strikes as well. Khamenei is running around the country right now. We don't know where he's at, but he's trying to apparently move around enough that he can't be hit easily. And we also have been able to hear that the U.S. and Israeli governments are attempting to go for a complete regime change and a government overthrow inside of Iran. Reza Pahlavi, who is generally the opposition leader of Iran, also popped in and stated that it's time for the Iranian people to rise up and take back their country from the Islamic Republic's regime. We've also been able to see that afterwards, the U.S. has started to conduct suppression of enemy air defense activities, further second and third wave strikes against the Iranians, and also the Iranian Navy has been taking, from what we would guess, healthy slamming down there in the area of the Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman, and the Persian Gulf, but we really can't confirm that yet. Finally, after all of that happened, the Iranians started to fire a counterattack at everybody, and we thought it was just Israel at the start in the U.S. Now it turns out to be literally everybody. So the Iranians started to fire off missiles at Israel. Then they started to fire off missiles at Bahrain, which has just gotten an ass smacking at this point. Like, their air defense is basically non-existent, sadly. Sorry for them. I mean, like, they're an ally of the United States. It's unfortunate to hear. But they are absolutely taking a walloping down there. And the 5th Fleet headquarters is as well, which is our headquarters for the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. We've heard that Qatar has been engaged, and they've shot down incoming Iranian missiles. Apparently, Abu Dhabi has shot down a lot of missiles, but they've also taken a couple of hits. Riyadh's been hit. And we're also hearing that Amman, Jordan, has taken a couple of hits, along with apparently some explosives being reported in Kuwait. And there are tons of missiles that we've seen in the air being launched right from the Iranian-Iraq border and towards multiple states throughout the Middle East. So right now, it is missile hell out here in the Middle East right now. The U.S. is firing every missile that we can. Israel's firing every missile that they can. And also, the Iranians are firing every missile that they have back in turn. I mean, there's so many missiles in the air, and it's not in really a concentrated bulk. It's actually proving a little bit difficult for the U.S. to kind of track down and shoot down all of them. So, that's a bit of an issue. But I do have to point out that all of our Gulf state allies in the area, which would be Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, which isn't really a Gulf state ally, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and also Oman, except for Bahrain, they all have fairly competent air defenses, so as long as they put them on high alert and have them on the watch, they should be able to shoot down most of the stuff. I think a lot of them were taken off guard at this point. But it does appear clear at this point. The Iranians are trying to get their last gasp. This might not last long, especially if U.S. and Israeli airstrikes keep up at this sort of a tempo that we've heard of right now. They're probably going to get a slamming, and this is probably going to be done within, I would assume, probably at the earliest a couple of weeks or maybe a couple of months. But with how they're going right now, they can't keep this up much longer, the Iranians at least. With this many government officials being swatted out within the first couple of hours, if that keeps up for days, they're not going to be around much longer. And also we know that the Iranian people don't like them either. So, I mean, they're basically fighting a two-front war against us and their own people. So this is going to turn out well for them. But
indeed. Also, by the way, we have gotten some more footage out of Tehran right now. Also, we are hearing explosions in Doha, Qatar, by the way. It sounds like the Patriot has missed one, apparently. And apparently something got through. So Qatar has been hit. But they've been intercepting quite a bit, though. So Qatar's been doing a pretty decent job of that. But in the meantime, before we show that footage, though, I am hearing another loud bang in Abu Dhabi, apparently. That's also happening right now as well. Let's see here. So that appears to be all breaking news now, but we are seeing some crazy footage coming out right now, showing a cruise missile over Tehran moments before impact. I haven't had a chance to look at this yet, so we're going to watch it right now.
I'm seeing some Iranian bots, man, going ham in the chat. I'm getting a kick. But anyways, here's the clips of the missiles coming in on Tehran. Oh, there's that Gush gun. It's not going to do him well. Oh, and there went the missile. It was right there. Wow, the Gush guns didn't do a damn thing to it, like we said. There it goes.
Damn, that's crazy. Like, did they really expect those Gush guns to be able to intercept something moving that fast? That's impossible.
Man, according to the Iranians, the Gush gun is key to all air defense. Like, they think it could shoot down B-2s. They think it could shoot down aircraft 20 miles away at 30,000 feet up. They think it could shoot down anything. I mean, it's insane. They're using, basically, folks, World War II era air defense guns against modern transonic cruise missiles. They're never going to shoot them down. I mean, if they tried to shoot it down and they did, it'd be a fluke. Like, that's not something that's repeatable. It's very hard to do that, if not impossible.
But massive news. I will have to come back to this clip in a second. Tehran is turning into a riot. A riot is breaking out in Tehran. The riot police are running through the streets like idiots right now, trying to get the situation under control. They're getting out. Tehran's out of control. Like, the streets are starting to get taken over. I just reposted this, by the way, right now. So you should be seeing this at the very top. It looks like we got a little situation breaking out right now in Tehran.
Oh, man, and I think Twitter's getting overwhelmed right now because it's starting to run a lot slower. And it looks like it's having some issues at the moment. Hang on, folks. We're going to try and work through this because Twitter is probably getting overwhelmed at the moment because everyone's waking up to the news of war here within the world.
There you go.
Here we are. And here is apparently the riot police going wild inside of Tehran. So let's take a look.
Is that gunfire?
I couldn't really tell. Let's listen to it again. No, that's not. It sounded like a squeaky brake.
Okay, it was a very strange sound there in the background. It sounded very odd to like faint gunfire to me, but maybe not.
Maybe air defense fire. But I was hearing like the cracking of wind and then like a squeaky brake. That's what I heard. Oh no, you are hearing air defense fire. Yeah, that's air defense fire over the city when that clip was filmed.
Interesting. I mean, look at the riot police, man. Those guys are kitted out. That's the same type of police, by the way, that you saw conducting massacres in the street. So the same ones are running around right now. Do you see the protesters, or is it just the riot police?
I don't see any protesters. It just looks like the riot police have like entered like a staging area or something, just waiting for people to show up, and then they're going to shoot them. I guess that's what they're planning on. But I don't see any protesters yet.
Is this that force that they're always talking about? The one that's like the something force? It's like that secondary one that runs through the streets. I can't remember the name of it off the bat, but yeah, it could. Is that them?
It probably could be. I mean, this could be the IRGC as well. Like the Besiege aren't really like incredibly well equipped. I mean, these guys look pretty decently equipped. Like they got a full complement of riot gear and everything. So that might actually be like the internal security forces of the IRGC, maybe, or it could be the Besiege, just a well-equipped one, maybe. Also, hang on, folks. It appears that at the moment, Discord has also broken as well. Unfortunately, give me just a moment, folks, to be able to try and correct that situation. As it is quite a situation indeed. So give me just a second, folks, and we are going to be right back on air.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини так роки поплавився їхній бетар. Байрактар. Байрактар. Російський.
And it appears at the moment, folks, I'm trying to get Discord back up. It appears that Discord, and so let me see if I can try and get y'all one of these clips running here of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet being directly hit by a Iranian airstrike, and we'll be seeing at the moment if we can get some further details and information on that. Sadly, at the moment, it does appear that we are still running into technical difficulties, which I do have to apologize, folks. I believe that there is possibly something going on around here, and I'll have to try and see about that. I believe that they might be trying to restart the internet to some degree, but I'll have to see about that here in a little bit. We're trying to keep this thing going on air, but in the meantime, we will address the poll that we do have right now, which is speaking about the situation with how far the Islamic Republic of Iran's war will be going, or at least the war that we have against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it does appear that a lot of people are saying that this war will probably go on not too much longer, as they do expect that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government will most likely collapse or flee. Some people believe that 27% say that the war will be lasting for weeks. 70% say that the U.S. will destroy Iran's attack abilities, and also 11% are unsure and undecided. Generally, I would have to say that in my honest opinion, I would have to be with a 45%. At this point, I believe that the Iranian government is in the process of collapse and fleeing due to a significant amount of government officials being killed, and others are currently on the run and trying to coordinate the country the best they can, but it doesn't really appear to be going all too well. It does appear that at the moment, I would say that the U.S. is clearly getting the upper hand, and while the Iranians are landing some attacks throughout the Middle East, it doesn't appear to be going all too well for them, especially with the endless amount of damage and the complete lack of air defense that we are currently seeing over Iran. We have not been able to confirm a single air defense interception, while we have been able to confirm a significant number of interceptions by the United States Air Force, U.S. Armed Forces, and also allied nations throughout the area. It also appears that folks are telling me that flight radar appears to possibly be down as well. It doesn't appear that we have any downages at the moment, at least from what I can tell on flight radar, but it does appear that there has been some significant issues with Discord to where it has failed. It does appear that Enforcer Matt's trying to call me on Discord here. Let me see if I can get Discord back up and running, folks, because on my end, it doesn't really look like it's working all too well. Let me see really quickly if I can try and fix that, because if I cannot fix that, Enforcer Matt isn't on air, so give me just a second, folks, to try and refix that again. I have to put up the anymore. It was working kind of, oh, wait a minute. Oh, it is working now. This is weird. That's weird. Was nothing working on your end as well, Matthew?
It's still not working. I can't get Twitter to work. Discord's not showing anything. I can't see your screen or anything. So I think there might be possibly a cyber attack going on right now. This is very odd. Everything else is working normally, by the way. I can now see your screen.
Okay, so it looks like we're getting some functionality back, folks. I'm very sorry about that. I do have to apologize for our technical disruption. It does appear that we may be undergoing an ongoing cyber attack at the moment. Nevertheless, nothing has ever dissuaded the enforcers from getting on air and covering the news. And we don't even care if we're getting shot at. The news will be covered nonetheless. So we will be making sure to continue on with our coverage, and hopefully we'll be able to get the entirety of the studio back up and running. Terribly sorry once again. A major apology to everyone about our technical disruptions. Nevertheless, we have been able to hear to get us right back into our immediate news coverage of the ongoing developments around the area that several U.S. bases in Kuwait, the United Emirates, Qatar, and Bahrain are under attack by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We were able to see photograph evidence if we can get it to load, and it will not load, so I'll just have to show you all that off of our main page here, showing an explosion that did occur within Kermanshah, Iran, which I will be putting on our map. So let me make sure to put that right there. It does appear that there is an ongoing explosion. Let's see, explosion in Kermanshah. Let me put that right there.
Also, by the way, Down Detector is showing massive problems, by the way. So I think there might be some type of cyber attack underway or something, possibly. That was something that was stated could be something that Iran does to retaliate. So that might be something that Iran's causing. And also, by the way, it's not going to affect every region, by the way. I see some people saying, well, I'm not having a problem. It only affects some regions. It depends on where's being cyber attacked. It depends on also what they're cyber attacking, too.
We were able to see, however, in eastern Tehran, let me make sure to put this down in the right location, folks, so that way we can put this down on the map. We're now running like Waffle House in reduced menu capacity. We are only able to show certain clips because only certain clips will load. I'm very sorry about that. But we were able to see within Narmek in eastern Tehran that there was some damage caused by prior strikes, which we were able to see in this clip right here. We see people running around and surveying the damage. That appears to be all of that video that will be loading at this point. I'm very sorry about that. We've also been able to see the riot police as well. Generally, we didn't miss a whole lot of news and updates right now at the moment. And while we try and weather out this cyber attack, which appears to be ongoing at the moment, we are going to be making sure to try and get into some questions, because I do understand that we have a significant amount of questions, and I'm getting a significant amount of pressure with everything falling apart behind the scenes. I'm trying my best here. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So in the meantime, let's address the poll that we currently have running. It says, well, how will Iran and this war go for the next few days? 45% said the Iran government will collapse and flee, while 27% said the war will be lasting for weeks, and 17% said the U.S. will destroy Iran's attackability, and that'll bring it to an end. So it's a little bit tricky to say. I personally think the war might be lasting for weeks. I think this might be an ongoing situation. I don't think it's going to end pretty quick. So the shock and awe generally put around the back foot, but it looks like they're regaining their footing. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes. But for right now, I'm kind of with the 27%. I think it might last a minute, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say I think the Iranian government might eventually collapse and flee. It's not going to happen immediately, folks. This isn't going to be a 3-day military operation. This thing's going to be falling apart probably within the next few weeks, maybe a few months, but I don't really foresee the Iranian government being able to survive this in the moment, because with the current stated war goal of overthrowing the Iranian regime, that had to have been done with the idea in mind that this is going to be taking a significant amount of time, weeks or months. So in my honest opinion, I do not think that they're going to be around all too much longer, but I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also, man, let's get into some questions in the meantime while we wait for all the systems on our end to come back online.
All right. And also, by the way, just to let y'all know up front, there is no hope in hell we're going to get through all these tonight. Like, there's no hope of this happening. So we'll try to get through as many as we can tonight, but it's not going to be a lot. I can promise you that, because we have like 200 in the spreadsheet, and I think I might be out before that. But jumping into our first super chat here, this one is going to go to none other than Phantom, who put in a massive $500 support, by the way. And thank you very much, Phantom, for that support, and we appreciate that very, very much. And they said, y'all are the best, and keep up the great work.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the incredibly kind words. We try our best to keep this thing running, and we are massively appreciative of folks like you helping this channel to keep rolling and keep covering the news every day. I also have to say, folks, that if you would like to, please do make sure to subscribe. We put a lot of work and effort into this. Just to let you all know how much effort's put into this thing, we have been on air as of this point right now for roughly about 7 hours straight. We were on air for a 3.5-hour show before this. We've now done another 3.5-hour show after it. We've been on for an incredibly long time. We put a lot of work and effort into this thing, and if you count on us and you subscribe to us and hit the bell button, you'll basically never miss a single major news development that's happening in the world. I think we were the first in the world that went live on the story, by the way, as well. So please do make sure to subscribe. We put a lot of effort into this, and we would love to know that we were able to tell you all the news of what's going on around the world every day. So a humongous thanks to you for that unbelievably incredible support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chris Feilbach. He puts in a $300 support, and thank you very much, Chris, for that massive support as well. And we appreciate that.
Have tomorrow that we have to work through as well, and this is definitely going to be going on tomorrow. So with that in mind, we are on to the next one.
All right, moving to our next one here. This one is going to go to none other than
against the Islamic Republic of Iran or operating in air interdiction roles. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for the support and help the channel to keep rolling. And we also have super chatted. It's going to be physically impossible for us to get to all of them tonight. And I hate to say that because we've always gotten to all of them historically, always. But tonight, that's going to be impossible because if we do that, we're going to be up till 5 in the morning. And if we're up till 5 in the morning, we're not sleeping at that point. So that means that we're not going to be able to cover the news tomorrow because we're going to be sleeping. So we have to make sure to cut this off at a reasonable time. So I'm going to try and address as many of them as I can. I'm probably going to address all of them that are larger than a $10 super chat. And then we're going to have to cut it off there and then get to everyone else's on the next following days when we get the chance. We will read all of them off though, and we do thank everyone massively for the support, but I hope that everyone does understand that, like, realistically, it would be impossible to read all of them off tonight. But a huge thanks to everyone so much for the support nonetheless. And with that in mind, we are going to be getting back to knocking out super chats while we look out on the radar for more major developments that are coming out of the region. We were able to get a 20 from Waka Waka What, who said a whole shit ton of coffee and filters. Hey, you know, we need that. Like we really do need that. And I thank you massively for the support and help with this channel to keep on rolling. We also got a 20 from Steve, who said a whole bunch of Iranian bots are about to suddenly go silent. Oh no, they've been raging. Like if you've seen our live chat, I've tried to moderate them, and Matthew has as much as we can. I mean, they've been going nuts. Like America is this and that kind of a country. All this, it's like, you know, whether that's true or not, the Iranian leadership isn't going to see the light of day after the next couple of weeks, so it doesn't really matter. So it's like, you know, they can complain all they want. They're going to have to get with it. But a big thanks to you for the support nonetheless, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is from Arar983, who said, LSA, and LSA indeed. And a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep running. We also got a 20 from Penguins, who said, unprecedented L coming for Iran. I mean, they've already taken a fat L. They've lost a lot of top government officials. The only guy they haven't lost is Pezeshkian and also Ali Khamenei himself. But a humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 20 from Wubba. And Wubba said, thanks, fellas, more coffee. And thank you so much for the support. And
welcome in, ladies. Here we go. First video. As of this moment, literally as I am filming this, dragged from bed, dead asleep, bombs are falling on Tehran. So here we go. Video of first Israeli airstrikes on Tehran at 1:15 a.m. Eastern going around. So here we go. I'm not even going to waste reading that. Let's watch it. So what you see here on the screen is the aftermath of massive Israeli airstrikes on Tehran. That is right. Those are where the bombs hit. The bombs have fallen. I repeat to the people, the bombs have fallen. The war has started. We are now at the point I told you all we were coming to. War was imminent, and now it is here. What you see on your screen, the Israeli forces and the U.S. forces, according to reports, we're going to get into all of it, have conducted airstrikes and are hammering Iran at this very moment. They're pounding them with air power. We have more here. Stick with me. Stick with me. All right.
Jennifer, what can you tell us about the situation in Iran?
Well, John, what I can tell you is that this is a joint U.S.-Israeli operation, and I'm told by well-placed U.S. officials that this is the beginning of a long operation. This is not a sort of pinpoint strike. What we're seeing now are reports from inside Iran that there are dozens of sites within Tehran targeting regime headquarters, including the president's office, as well as other leaders themselves. It is not clear who is carrying out those strikes, but this is a joint U.S.-Israel operation. And then we've seen there have been explosions in places that you would expect to see, near Qom, near Isfahan, in Bushehr, where there's a nuclear reactor. So there are strikes all over Iran taking place right now. Based on the positioning of the U.S. assets that we've been tracking for a number of days now, I would suspect that this first wave of strikes would be carried out by Tomahawk missiles. They may be coming from any number of the destroyers that are based in the Arabian Sea, or, of course, you're likely to have a submarine like the USS Georgia that can launch up to 154 TLAMs or Tomahawk missiles. The reason that you might start with those kind of missiles, and we've seen reports that over Iraq there were missiles seen firing over Iraq about 12 minutes before they landed in Iran and the first explosions began in Iran. The reasons you would start with Tomahawk missiles and standoff weapons, which is basically weapons that can be outside of Iranian airspace and fire at targets, is that they don't know at this moment in time the condition of the air defense systems that the Iranians still have. They were badly degraded during the June strikes, during the 12-day war, but it is our understanding that they had begun to rehabilitate some of those air defenses with the help of Russia and China. Iran has a number of, they had been building up their supply of ballistic missiles. They've hundreds and if not thousands of cruise missiles, but we have not heard reports yet of outgoing fire as of yet. It is most likely, again, based on what we've seen positioned in the region on those the aircraft carrier, the USS Lincoln, which is in the Arabian Sea.
Iran has collapsed. I don't know what this guy's talking about, but Iran has collapsed. Yeah, I mean, they can't even afford to buy bread in the country. This is one of the Tehran followers or regime followers right here. Imperialism. So imperialism is killing 40,000 of their own people in the streets, like dogs. Maybe he should have been in the street with people when he was gunning them down. You know, I'm just saying. I knew yesterday. I knew yesterday when I talked didn't go well. I knew it. I knew it. And if you go back on the stream, if you go back and look at last week, I literally said I called it. As soon as the Ford carrier group gets there, the strikes are going to begin.
its military, specifically he refers to its Navy. He says to the people of Iran, if they hear
Now's
his
the
message in their effort to rise up, he says, it will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. We do have team coverage from around the globe, from here in the United States to the region.
His whereabouts at this time. In fact, he really hasn't been seen publicly for a couple of days. We're going to go back to Lama Hassan in London because we've been getting global reaction. And Lama, you were also reporting earlier, as we're getting word, some of the military installations across the region, the UAE saying that a civilian was killed as a result of fallen debris as air defense systems dealt with the missiles, the height of the efficiency. And they intercepted some of those missiles, but this is just an example that Iran is responding right now, and we're going to see incidents like this across the region.
Absolutely. But, the Iranians did say that they were going to respond with force, and we are seeing that. I have relatives who live in the region. I have relatives who live in Qatar, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and all morning they have heard those Iranian missiles overhead, but they've also heard them being intercepted. So that is really the latest from what I'm hearing from relatives on the ground. They said that the missiles were so loud that the windows to their homes were shaking, and they're all hunkering down right now, trying to stay put, trying to find shelter as the Iranians respond to the Israeli-U.S. strikes.
And Lama, we've seen airspace in multiple areas closed down this morning as the strike is ongoing, and also Americans told to shelter in place.
Yeah, that's right. We heard this morning that the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has issued a statement telling not only U.S. personnel, because don't forget that that Qatar has the biggest U.S. base called Al Udeid. And remember, Iran launched a barrage of attacks during the last war, the 12-day war that took place in June, and they told them to shelter in place. We've also heard that Iranian missiles were launched towards Dubai as well as Abu Dhabi. The ones that were launched towards Doha, we understand that they were intercepted by the Patriot defense system. That is what the Qatari government has said. The Qatari government has also issued an alert telling residents to shelter in place as well. They've been on high alert given the massive military troop buildup in the region. The Qatari government also has an emergency phone alert system. They learned from the last time when the Iranians launched the barrage of missiles towards Al Udeid. They have since put in this telephone warning system that has a very loud noise, just warning people to shelter in place. There have been multiple explosions in Kuwait. I've mentioned Abu Dhabi as well. And just to also reiterate just how difficult this is for the residents that are going through this right now in the region. My relatives in Doha, they said that they are scared. There are no bomb shelters, for example, so they are trying to hunker down. They're trying to stay at home. One relative said that they heard at least 4 or 5 missiles and that they were so loud. And again, we were talking about this earlier, but I do think that this is such an important point, that these Israeli-U.S. attacks are taking place during the holiest month for Muslims, which is Ramadan, when Muslims fast. This will anger many people, not only in the region, but also the millions of Muslims that are around the world. And we will have to wait and see what the reaction is from those Arab governments and those Middle Eastern countries with.
Absolutely, and that reaction just starting to come in. Lama Hassan, thank you. And Lama makes a great point there that while there are bomb shelters in Israel and they have the Iron Dome and some protections there, in other countries throughout the region that are seeing incoming fire right now, they do not have those protections. So people are hunkering down, sheltering in place wherever they can find it. We're also getting word from Iran, this according to some Iranian news sources, matching some of the other reporting that we have here, that they have targeted the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain and other U.S. military bases in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, as well as military and security centers in the heart of what they called occupied territory. So once again, we are seeing this response, the retaliation from
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission.
So President Trump there speaking to multiple audiences, obviously the American people, explaining the justification for these strikes and to brace themselves for potential American casualties. But also you heard a direct message to the people of Iran, essentially telling them this is their moment to take their country back. And if you remember, going back to last month, President Trump posted on Truth Social that help is on the way when there was that uprising and thousands of Iranians were being rounded up, arrested, some of them being executed as a result of their protests against the regime. President Trump said help is on the way. And there was some criticism at the time because thousands of people were killed after that. Well, now President Trump is sending that military power to Iran and telling the Iranian people that this is their moment to strike back against the regime and to take their country back. Let's go back to Selena Wang, who's at the White House right now. We heard that message from the president this morning. There are a lot of different layers to this, but all week we were hearing about the potential for a limited strike to gain leverage in negotiations. It seems like all bets are off now.
That's right, Win, and I think the way that you laid out that timeline just really shows how the justification for all of this has shifted. Earlier this year, after there were those mass protests in Iran, as you mentioned, there were thousands who were killed, and then the president saying that help is on the way. That help did not come in the form of any military action, and there were questions about whether the president was providing false false hope to the Iranian people. But at that point, the threat from the president was focused on the reaction from the regime to protesters. Since then, we have seen vague justifications around, is it the rebuilding of their nuclear program? Is it around the long-range ballistic missile program? And now in the president's video remarks, making it very clear that this is an expansive reasoning and also directly sending a message to the Iranian people, urging them to seize this moment for regime change. So that is a clear indication that this is not a one-and-done strike, as we know the president likes to do. That is what we saw last summer when it came to targeting those nuclear facilities. But this is something that could be longer and more protracted. What we have learned from U.S. officials so far is that this operation is expected to last for a few days. Now, there are still many questions that we are going to continue to hear from members of Congress as they wake up, as well as from the American public. We heard from the leader of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Democrat Senator Jack Reed, just one day before this operation. And he said while there's an agreement that Iran does pose a risk to the United States, he did not see any evidence from the administration about why a preemptive strike was necessary. Questions from both sides of the aisle about the imminent threat that the president says the Iranian regime poses.
Exactly, especially since the president said that the United States obliterated their nuclear facilities and their nuclear capabilities. There are major questions about just how far along Iran has come since those strikes in June, what their intentions were. And again, as you pointed out, the president hasn't quite laid out that evidence for the American people just yet, but people will be asking questions, eager to learn that information as soon as possible. Let's go back to Ian Pannell, who's in Tel Aviv. And Ian, I understand you had to move in to a bunker facility where you are. Those air raid sirens sounding once again. What's the scene like on the ground there?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, as we were coming off from our live position where I was talking to you earlier, as we came in, I could see the streaks going into the sky of the interceptors, and then there were a couple of very large booms. Shelters like this exist in a lot of Israeli buildings. They're normally on the inside of the building, which is the most secure place, and you can see it has this kind of reinforced door there. But as you said yourself, there are millions of people across the Gulf now who don't have this kind of preparedness, don't have facilities in Iran right now. They're in an information vacuum. They can hear the sound of explosions. They can hear the sound of fighter jets, and they're not getting information because the regime has turned the internet off as to what they should do. So a situation of fear there, a situation of fear here, and as Lama has been describing, across so many countries in the Gulf now, again you have people who are not used to hearing this. There's nothing normal about hearing the sound of missiles or drones and sound of explosions. You know, I've done this job for a long time, and you see populations where they have to adapt. Children become used to hearing those sounds, but they are terrifying, and they stay with you long after the explosion has passed. So it seems to me that we are in the early stages of a much longer operation. I think everyone you've spoken to has pretty much said that. The president has set out a very, very ambitious target of essentially unseating the regime in Iran, not just going after its nuclear capabilities or its missile capabilities, not just targeting security forces like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard or the Basij. That's a paramilitary force that was largely responsible for those thousands of deaths on the street there. The president is urging people to come back out onto the streets after the bombing to try and seize control again of their country. Well, this is a regime that's been in place for almost 50 years. Two of its key slogans have long been death to America and death to Israel. That may answer some questions about why the two nations are getting involved in this, but why now? I think, as Selena said, the president's going to have to come forward with some very clear evidence as to what the threat actually is. And the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, also laying out what they saw as the threat, that Iran was trying to reconstitute its nuclear program, that it was trying to rebuild its ballistic missiles, and its support for those proxy groups in the region. These are all things that have been discussed, but where is the evidence that this was a clear and present danger right now? The policy of the Israeli government over many years has been of mowing the grass. That's a phrase that's used in the military. In other words, when the threat level gets to a certain height, you cut it down. And that's sort of what we saw last June. But this is incredibly ambitious. And for the Iranian regime, this is now an existential crisis. There's no way that they can emerge from this unscathed if they emerge from this intact at all. And that is going to feed into so much of what happens in the Middle East. It's going to start to change the shape of the Middle East. And the response from Iran has been true to its word. And I think because they feel this as an existential threat, we're seeing these short-range missile attacks against Doha, against the UAE, reports in Bahrain, the US Navy's Fifth Fleet, reports of explosions in Jordan and in Kuwait. This has all the makings of a much wider regional war that will be easier to start than stop.
Yeah, and on that point, what does a desperate Iranian regime even look like? It's not something that we've seen in recent history at this scale under attack from the United States and from Israel. And Ian, stay with me on this point, because we're just getting word that there's been at least one person in northern Israel who suffered blast injuries. No doubt we're going to be hearing more of these types of reports. I know Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke to the people of that country earlier today. Can you tell us more about what he said and what we know about Israel's role in this operation?
Yeah, I think he's been very clear, and an Israeli military official has been talking to us earlier, saying this has been planned for weeks and months between Israel and the United States. That Israel and the US seem to have acted at exactly the same time, launching this attack. They have very close cooperation, the two militaries. I think for Israel, the case made by Prime Minister Netanyahu is that Iran represents a strategic threat to the country. In some senses, Netanyahu has a much easier case to argue than President Trump, because Iran is in the neighborhood, if you think of it like that. Its missiles can and do reach Israel. So that is a clear threat. Iran's missiles, at the moment, cannot reach the United States. Its nuclear program, the president said it was obliterated last June. Maybe there has been some attempt at reconstitution, but nobody has said that it's trying to weaponize the enriched uranium that it's got, and Iran has offered up repeated assurances that it has no intention of building a nuclear bomb. Now, whether you believe them or not, put to one side, the president repeated again today that Iran hasn't said that it wouldn't build a nuclear bomb. Iran has said exactly that. So I think Prime Minister Netanyahu has probably got an easier sell to the Israeli people than President Trump has to the American people, because Israelis understand that Iran does represent a threat. It doesn't recognize Israel's rights to exist. It wants to wipe it off the map. And actually, if you go back to October the 7th, 2023, there's been a logical series of events where Israel has taken out those organizations, those terrorist organizations, or those countries that represent an existential threat for Israel. We saw the attack in Lebanon on Hezbollah, of course the war in Gaza, the devastating war in Gaza, which was ostensibly against Hamas, but led to tens and tens of thousands of civilian casualties. We've seen the removal of Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria. We've seen attacks against the Houthi rebels in Yemen. So in some senses, Israel has played a major role in trying to reshape what the Middle East looks like. Iran has long had this axis of resistance. It's sort of a crescent shape, if you like, running from Iran through Iraq into Syria and into Lebanon, where Hezbollah is based. Well, that has been disrupted pretty much totally. We're hearing reports that there have been attacks in Iraq. There are Iranian militias there. But nevertheless, I think we just need to get a grasp of the fact that what the president and the prime minister here have started has the risk of growing beyond something they can control.
Yes, Ian Panel, as you noted there, Prime Minister Netanyahu, when he's with President Trump, often talks about peace through strength. No doubt a show of strength today. The question is, will peace follow, and how quickly as this develops in the days ahead? Ian Panel, thank you so much. Let's go to Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. Jay, because reaction already coming in from members of Congress. We know that the Gang of Eight was briefed in advance of this, but other lawmakers were really eager to have more of a say in whether the United States will ultimately go to war with Iran.
Yeah, we know that the Gang of Eight, which is top congressional leaders and the top Republicans and Democrats in both the House and Senate Intelligence Committee, were briefed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Tuesday, just hours before the President's State of the Union. We don't know what was said behind those closed doors. It's a classified setting, but I want to read to you what Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said. This is serious, and the administration has to make its case to the American people, he said. And then we heard the president just hours later would deliver the State of the Union, where he didn't really strikes on Iran were necessary. We are getting some congressional reaction this morning, and in particular, we're hearing from Republicans, at least one, Thomas Massie, who says this is an act of war that was not authorized by Congress. Whit.
All right, Jay O'Brien for us on Capitol Hill. We appreciate it. Once again, you're watching continuing coverage right now of the ongoing military operation in Iran, a major combat operation as described by President Trump. Sources telling ABC News that it's expected to potentially last for several days, with the U.S. targeting military sites, government buildings, Iranian intelligence assets, defense installations, as well as cyber. We've already seen some of the images coming through with smoke billowing from parts of Tehran. We're going to return you in just a moment to regular programming. For some of you, that's your local news up next. We'll have a full wrap-up coming up on Good Morning America. For now, I'm Whit Johnson in New York. We also have continuing updates on the ABC News app and abcnews.com. Have a great day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
You have bared your soul.
Good Morning America. Tomorrow, Christina Applegate, loved by millions. Now, revealing a side of herself she never has.
What made you change your mind?
Because I know there's a lot of people who have been abused and have lived like really hard times, and I just felt like I'm here for you.
Her heart-wrenching personal journey, unfiltered in her own words.
What was it like for you to reflect on your life as you did?
Really hard.
And when it comes to her current everyday struggle with MS, keeping
I haven't been to the grocery store in over a year, but I'm eating healthier than ever. Here's how I did it. Meal planning used to be...
Fox News Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, good morning. The operation has begun, and you have some insight on what may have been some of the initial targeting.
That's right, Griff. But before I get to those initial targets, we can confirm that there were sirens not only in Bahrain, but also Qatar. That is significant because it suggests incoming missiles into both of those countries where the U.S. military has key bases. In Bahrain, of course, home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. We are hearing reports that there is smoke rising on the horizon in the vicinity of that base. We also understand that, again, Qatar would be a logical target because Al Udeid would be the largest U.S. air base in the Middle East. They obviously have removed a lot of the airframes and warplanes from that base in anticipation of this. Americans who are living in Bahrain, UAE, Qatar have been told to shelter in place, and the U.S. military had dispersed a lot of its personnel. Remember, there were about 30,000 to 40,000 American troops at bases across the Middle East, but the U.S. military over the last 2 months have been drawing down and reorienting those individuals. Now, here are some of the targets that we can confirm in these dozens of strikes that have taken place in the last 3.5, 4 hours. The Iranian parliament was targeted. The National Supreme Council was targeted. Ministry of Intelligence, Iranian Atomic Energy Agency. Cyber attacks have taken place on news agencies such as IRNA, which is the state-run news organization. The internet is out in Iran, as far as we know, so it's going to be very difficult for civilians in Iran to get the information about what's occurring right now. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran's defense minister was targeted, as well as the head of the judiciary. That would be significant because the head of the judiciary would have delivered many death sentences, thousands of death sentences to protesters over the years. So it would be logical that he would have been a target. But what's clear, Griff, from these initial strikes is that this is an attempt at regime change. We've talked in recent days about how broad would this mission be? Would it be only the nuclear sites? Would it be the nuclear sites plus the ballistic missile storage sites, which Israel was very concerned about and had pressed the U.S. to include as part of the targeting? Now it is extremely clear that this is a targeted, the strikes are targeting Iran's leadership, including the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who Lucas Tomlinson was reporting took power over 37 years ago. He took over in 1989. He's the longest serving leader in the Middle East. And his compound was targeted in the early hours, in maybe even the first strike that took place. That is symbolic and that is significant. And you heard the president appeal to the Iranian people, saying that this moment is a moment in history that you should seize after the bombing stops. He appealed to them to rise up, and he said, the hour of your freedom is now. He said, stay in your house until we are finished, but this is the moment that you can take over your government and seize power. That is significant because we weren't sure that this was going to be a regime change operation, but it's very clear from the initial set of targets that that is exactly what it is. Griff.
Jennifer, just as you were starting your reporting there, we're seeing on the wires that Bahrain is confirming the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack, and the president adding in that video message that American casualties are a real possibility here as we wake up now and learn of this major joint combat operation between the U.S. and Israel is launched. This could pose a significant threat to Americans in this operation.
I think what's significant, Griff, is that the American people and even the president himself have been used to carrying out some very significant military operations in which there were no U.S. casualties. The operation in Venezuela last summer, the days of striking during the 12-day war, targeting the nuclear sites. It's significant that the U.S. has not put ground troops in the Middle East. So that is a big difference from the 2003 Iraq War. There's been no large buildup of any sort of ground forces. That is not part of the planning or part of the calculation. This is going to be an air and Navy operation. But again, the Iranians, while they may have been stunned and surprised in the initial hours, and it took them about 3.5 to 4 hours before they launched their first missiles toward Israel and now toward the U.S. base in Bahrain and as well as in Qatar, they were likely, the command and control was likely disrupted in those initial hours. There was likely some electronic warfare that caused it so they couldn't figure out which way anything was coming and how to, and then it was difficult to fire those missiles. But now you can expect in the coming hours and days, the Iranians have a large store of missiles, and they have mobile missile launchers in the west. And at the narrowest point in the Strait of Hormuz, it's just 21 miles across. So those cruise missiles can be fired, and ballistic missiles, and it takes literally minutes before they reach their target. So that is very hard to defend against, even if you have Patriot missile defense systems and THAAD missile systems. And so the U.S. military had done a really good job of drawing down at those bases. I doubt there were more than a few dozen people at the Bahrain headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. So again, the president preparing the American people that there could be casualties, and that that's unfortunately a side effect of an outcome of war. But again, the American people have gotten used to having no casualties in these recent, very successful operations that the military has carried out. That may not be the case with this. This is a much different operation involving many, many more troops and airmen and sailors. And it is, very possible there can be accidents as well as strikes by the Iranians. That cannot be ruled out at this point.
And as we learn more, Jennifer, we'll find out exactly how this initial operation started. But I think it was very fascinating that you brought up, of course, the invasion of Iraq in 2003, a ground invasion. And the force posture at that time had 5 U.S. carrier strike groups in the Mediterranean, in the Arabian Sea, in the Persian Gulf. This time, we've had 2, the Lincoln in the Arabian Sea and the Ford in the Mediterranean, a different posture. But one thing that we have now that we didn't have then is the technology to advance map some of those defense systems that Iran has, particularly using our F-22 Raptors, seeing that unprecedented positioning of a dozen Raptors sitting on the tarmac at Ovid Air Base in Israel. And talk to me about the technology of how the F-22, the Raptor, and its technology to go in and map their defense systems, working in conjunction with our elite F-35s. It's been described as a little bit of a 1-2 punch. You've got a quarterback, the F-35, and the F-22, the assassin, how that may have played a role here in helping critically disable Iran's missile defense system.
Well, I think it's probably premature to say that their missile defense system has been disabled at this point. Certainly last summer it was degraded significantly from those strikes, and you're right that F-22s and F-35s would have been involved in taking out some of those missile launchers. But as we mentioned, many of these missile launchers are mobile, and they're very difficult to track down. You're right that the U.S. has been mapping the sites as well, the fixed sites, as well as much of using, we have the National Geospatial Agency uses satellites, and those satellites you can see, a pin on the ground. They're so clear. And so they have been mapping using numerous surveillance technologies in recent months and over the past year. So the F-22s, what's significant about that, Griff, is that this is the first time in history that the F-22s have been deployed and based in Israel. In the past, the U.S. military would not base warplanes to take off from Israel. But what we're seeing, because of the lack of runways and airspace and tarmacs, because they have drawn down from Al Udeid and Al Dhafra in the Gulf, you're having to find more space for those planes. But the F-22s being in Israel, along with those 14 air refueling tankers, that suggests to me that this is going to be happening over a number of days, if not longer, and there are going to be waves of strikes. And we have just seen the first launch. And as I was mentioning earlier, most likely the initial launch was carried out by Tomahawk missiles. You would do that, and you would also use standoff weapons that can be fired from outside of Iranian airspace to protect your forces and your planes while you see what the Iranian missile defense and air defense systems, which ones have survived, how many have survived, and you'll know that pretty soon after this initial launch.
And just lastly, Jennifer, as our viewers are waking up with combat operations just starting, let's talk about sort of the last we heard of negotiations. The foreign minister to Oman, Badr al-Busaidi, did an interview with CBS's Margaret Brennan saying that peace was still within reach and saying that Iran was possibly willing to give up their enrichment program. What do you make of that?
Meet Voto AI, the photo editing software that everyone's talking about. Go out and create more. Voto saves you time by accelerating tedious editing.
Well, I think the problem is we didn't hear that from the Iranian leadership themselves. We didn't hear it from the Iranian negotiator, the foreign minister, Araghchi, when he was in Geneva. And after those talks took place in Geneva, the Omani foreign minister did his level best. He was mediating in Geneva between Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner on the one hand, and the foreign minister Araghchi of Iran on the other hand. The two sides were still pretty far apart from what I understand. And one of the problems is that the Iranians continued to stick to their talking points of that they have the right to enrich uranium. Now, there was some significant movement, according to the Omani foreign minister, that that they had offered some concessions with the highly enriched uranium and how to deal with that and where to hand it over in some ways. But again, there was nothing concrete, and the problem with the Iranians is that they do drag out these negotiations. And the problem with the U.S. military is that once you have built up a force like this, you were talking about the F-22s, the F-22s really can't sit on the tarmac and not be flying missions for too long.